disputes. At the same time, we must recognize that up to now, the mediation is only playing the complementary role for current arbitration or litigation. We will try to avoid any unnecessary competition or duplication of the functions. We need to emphasize on the multilateralism, the international cooperation, these kind of activities, even in this very challenging time of geopolitical, it will have a special value also.
We believe that future maritime cooperation will be more self-driven, technology-enabled, and regionally coordinated with the global multilateral framework.
The National Institute for South China Sea Studies is a leading think tank on the South China Sea issues, plays a key role in providing policymakers with expertise, coordinating joint academic projects, and bridging dialogues among various parties and across different tracks. Established in 1996, the Institute was originally named the Hainan Research Institute for the South China Sea. It has since grown in tandem with the rising importance attached to South China Sea issues. In July 2004, the Institute gained national recognition and was renamed as National Institute for South China Sea Studies. In order to promote South China Sea Studies and improve the Institute's academic work, a Beijing office was established in January 2013.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
An extensive portfolio of multidisciplinary research on the South China Sea, on such subjects as history, geography, geopolitics, regional security, international law, marine economy, environmental and ecological protection, military capacity of countries in the South China Sea, the 21st century maritime Silk Road, and regional cooperation. Our scholars' works appear frequently in the mainstream media, academic journals, and books, as well as in the Institute's own publications. Our researchers are also actively engaged in policy consultations, academic symposia, Track 1.5 dialogues, and public diplomacy. Over the years, the Institute established a large academic network with over 100 prominent think tanks from over 20 countries and regions, including the United States, Canada, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, India, the United Kingdom, Norway, Belgium, Sweden, and Taiwan. The Institute regularly organizes international symposia on the South China Sea, conducts bilateral and multilateral exchanges, and organizes workshops on maritime issues. The Institute has launched several international mechanisms for academic exchanges on the South China Sea and maritime issues, such as the Cross-Strait Forum on the...
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back again. Now I think we're ready to start session 5, climate change and marine ecological conservation. Now I have the honor to invite all the panelists to come to the stage. The moderator, Dr. Sarajakis Masuan, the Council Member, Asian Peace and Recycling Council, and former Vice Foreign Minister of Thailand, and all the other panelists, please all come to stage. Please. Dr. Sarajak, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my great appreciation to Dr. Wu Shishun for his continued and tireless efforts in bringing us together here again for the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, or GMCOG, with all the very, very interesting topics of great concerns to all of us. And I'm grateful for giving me the opportunity to moderate this important session on climate change and maritime ecological conversation with 6 very distinguished scholars. I would like to apologize, nevertheless, for my brief attendance, as I just arrived last night and have to depart this afternoon. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, climate change and maritime ecological problems are not something that scholars are just fantasizing, and definitely not the big con job as President Trump has branded. They are for real and are happening globally, everywhere, with scientific evidence to support. The year 2025, which is about to end very soon, will end with an announcement that this year will be yet another hottest year on record. In Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam have recently experienced unprecedented amount of torrential rainfalls, resulting in widespread floodings and a big number of fatal casualties. Both the ocean temperature and the sea level have risen, eventually and inevitably affecting the marine ecology, the marine biodiversity, and of course, eventually affecting all those whose livelihood depends on the ocean. Soon, if not now, ocean biological sustainability will be something of our great concern and will be substantially threatened. So addressing this crucial marine environmental issue this morning are 6 very distinguished scholars who will share their valuable thoughts and research details. And I have all of them now on stage with me. Professor Dr. Go Xu from the School of Geography and Ocean Science, Nanjing University. Associate Professor Shuhaida Ismail from the IMO Gender Network, International Maritime Organization, Women on Board, and former director at Maritime Institute of Malaysia. Dr. Huang Huomei, Vice President of the South China Sea Development Research Institute, Ministry of Natural Resources of China. Dr. Liu Yuyu, Adjunct Professor at the Oceanography Department, Dalhousie University in Canada. My good friend from Thailand, Dr. Napon Patanachai, who is no longer in Thailand now. He's lecturer in environmental and maritime law at the School of Law, University of Galway in Ireland. And last but not least, Professor Dr. Chen Chi, Department of Building, Civil and Environmental Engineering from Concordia University, Canada. So that we have the rule that we have 8 minutes each. So may I invite Professor Gao You have the floor, please.
谢谢主席先生。
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, I'd like to thank Huayang Center for inviting me to attend this distinguished panel discussion under the symposium talking about the ocean and marine ecological protection. I wish to share with you 3 observations. First, climate change, I want to stress, is a serious issue. Indeed, climate change has posed an existential threat to people's survival. And the scientists have conducted this topic for more than 100 years. As early as 1920s, for example, in China, scientists have conducted research on historical data with historical events. Zhu Kezhen, a famous Chinese scientist from my university, in 1925, he issued a paper, and a few years later, he revised his paper, and the revised paper was published in 1972, Nature, and talking about the historical changes of climate in the past 500 years and its relation to dynastic changes as well as civil wars in China. So he found positive correlation. And so in 1972, Nature gave high credit to his research. Another contemporary of Professor Zhu, Li Siguang, wrote another paper arguing that in ancient China, more than 4,000 years ago, all kinds of wars and military conflicts at that time were positively related to climate and extreme weathers. So climate changes are a serious challenge to human beings since ancient times. So what about scientific progress? We have already made substantial progress in this regard, and I think one of them is that we have found climate changes between different glacial changes. And 2 scientists, one from United Kingdom and the other from Croatia, Milanovic, actually, Jim Crow argued in his research that climate change had 2 conditions, 2 mechanisms. One is about the orbit of the Earth surrounding the Sun, and the cycle is about 100,000 years. And the second topic is the distribution of land and the ocean, as well as the currents, as well as the currents in the ocean. So he argued that these 2 factors are very important. For Milankovic, he argued that ice cap is first formed in high latitude, and then the ice cap was gradually expanding, reaching to its peak. For example, the Alps. So this photo was taken when I was in Geneva, and the Alps, you could see the ice cap on the top of the mountain, as well as in Scotland and in China's northeast, as well as in Germany. So you could see the remains of those ice caps. So actually, the ice cap theory actually is true. So this kind of cycle is about 100,000 years, and indeed we have found evidence. Actually, this evidence was found actually in the sea. There were 4 such cycles, and this paper was first published in 1976, consolidating the argument with concrete evidence. So we know that there were a kind of 400,000 year period interrupted by 4 cycles. The second major finding is about the carbon emission. A scientist called Charles David Kelly in Hawaii, he observed the atmospheric concentration of CO2 for many years. And he found that was the reason behind climate change. American scientist Sakuro Manabe also issued a paper in 1967 arguing that if the concentration of CO2 doubled, global temperature will increase by 2 Celsius degree. Due to his contribution, he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. So this kind of evidence will enable us to predict the future? No, because climate change is so complex that it was influenced by multiple factors. So we could not make a clear prediction just based on these two scientific findings. You see, this is the change of global temperature, and you could see the ups and downs on this graph. About more than 10,000 years ago, it was not erupted by solar system changes, and there should more mechanisms should be explored to explain such changes. So we need to take into account more factors in order to make a clear prediction in the future. So that is the second observation I wish to make. Thirdly, so as science could not clearly predict climate change, then how should we respond to it? Because scientific theory so far is inadequate to explain climate change. So we need to account technological progress in the response to climate change, particularly regionally, we need to take into account. For example, just now I talked about climate change globally. Actually, the effects of climate change can be observed on the regional scale. For example, with climate changes, some areas will get better, others will remain flat, and somewhere else will become worse. So we should have a regional scale into account.
Advanced country or developed countries, the management realized to cope with the climate change. But this kind of approach is not feasible to China. And this map shows it's part of China, and it is very susceptible to the sea turbulences and the climate change from the sea. So we have to maintain it, and we have to maintain the resources stocks. And this is the lowland of the Yangtze River Delta region, and we have to enhance the protection in this area for the economic purposes. And one approach is to advance the coastal protection, and one advocate is to use the ecological restoration as approach to enhance the ability of the protection along the coastal area. Why? And that is because of there are differences between different regions. So to cope with the regional differences, two issues are very important. The first one is the normalized measures or countermeasures. We have to consider the price for the measures, and also we have to accumulate the experiences. And the second is in front of the disasters or the natural disasters, we have to enhance the prevention. And international cooperation is very important between the different regions. Experiences need to share and need to be communicated with each other. So, for example, the ecological restoration is something to cope with the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Gao. And as I mentioned in my introduction, see that scientific evidence is really showing us that our globe is really being threatened, and it's getting worse and worse. So as a lawyer and scientist, we have to cooperate to do something. Now, may I pass the floor to Associate Professor Dr. Ismail. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Dr. Suraja. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you to the host for inviting me to share with you some of the findings. In comparison with Prof. Xu, it's very, very much scientific findings, scientific evidence. Mine is more or less related to the findings that we've done beforehand when I was the director of research with one of the maritime policy think tank in Malaysia. By the way, I've just got to know from Prof. Shu that my name actually means ocean. Hai means ocean. Yeah, Shu Hai. So it's ocean. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. Okay, so today I'll be sharing a little bit of the findings, the policy findings on future fuels, future ocean, on how these two are actually conserving the marine biodiversity in this changing climate. Can I get that? Sure. Share. Okay, before I go in depth into what constitutes these future fuels, let's look into the important roles of the ocean. Yes, ocean functions as the climate buffer. It absorbs 90% of the heat plus 30% of the carbon dioxide, while at the same time it generates 50% of the oxygen. That is very crucial for us. And more than 3 billion people are actually depending, especially in terms of protein. And whereas in the portion of this 3 billion, more than 650 million people are actually residing in Southeast Asia, where in the context of China, 40% are actually the coastal communities. And despite all of these critical roles, ocean is still facing these growing threats. Yeah, we could see that, as mentioned by Prof. Shu just now, the global heating has reached 1.42 degrees Celsius above those recorded in the late 1800s. And on top of this global heating, some of these environmental disturbance has eventually caused the loss of more than 50% of coral reefs since the last 30 years. Let's look into the area where our research was actually focusing on, that is on the shipping, maritime industry. Let's look into the carbon footprint by this industry. Emission scale. Undeniably, as recorded by IMO, maritime shipping emits more than 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually. And these approximately about 2.9%, some say 3% out of the total global emission. And without any intervention, especially when you're trying to mitigate this emission, it is expected to reach by 17% in the 2050. And beyond this the carbonization, for instance, I'll just look into the underwater noise pollution. It impacts the marine mammals communication as well as the ship navigation. And on the other hand, when we talk about the ballast water, yearly it transfers 7,000 alien aquatic species hourly on a daily basis. This is very alarming. Despite that, let's look into the critical role played by the South China Sea. Yeah, it handles approximately 1/3 of the global vessels traffics, and out of this, 34% are actually consisting of LNG and 40% of crude oil. And with this disruption at the Red Sea and Suez, the South China Sea is actually playing more strategic critical roles. Yeah, since the Asia-Europe voyage would be extended between 10 to 14 days, and these eventually increase emissions by 42% due to this diversion. So what is our proposal? That is through sustainable marine fuels, which we see as the game changer in this scenario. We've seen that there are many alternative fuels. Sometimes they call it as renewable energy, like LNG. This is the most common, especially when we talk about the ASEAN. We also have the methanol, hydrogen, ammonia, and H3. Nevertheless, even though we do have these alternative fuels, it's only account for 7.4% of the global vessels. And out of these, only 4% of the global vessels is capable of running on the alternative fuels. Let's look into what are actually driving this marine fuels adoption. Of course, first is the IMO 2020, even though it's just been started, it has been started since 12 years ago in 2008. They have set the cap for sulfur emission reduction at 0.5%. But for your information, Hainan is even more advanced. It's not 0.5%. Hainan port set it at 0.1%. It's even more strict than those set by the IMO. Number two, of course, the 2022 IMO GHG strategy, the revised one, is in terms of the reduction of GHG to 20 to 30% by 2030, and the next 10 years, 70 to 80%, and eventually to net zero by 2050. That's from the perspective of international seas. Let's look into Malaysia, where I'm from. At the Malaysia platform, we started off with the Malaysia's national energy policy in 2021, where we looked at LNG as the bridge fuel. Bear in mind, LNG is still fossil fuel, but it is light fossil fuel. It's not heavy fossil fuel. Then in this national energy policy, we aimed to have the usage in terms of LNG from 0% in 2018 to 25% by 2040. Then eventually next year, we come up with the NETR, the National Energy Transformation Roadmap, where we looked into unlocking the biofuel, especially in bunkering. This is something that I would like to talk about later in the seminar in the evening. And the LNG has been rebranded instead of being the bridge fuel as the vital transitional fuel towards totally a greener fuel. Yeah? And then we will come up with the upcoming green bunkering regulatory roadmap aligned with our marine bunkering aims in the NETR 2023, the natural gas roadmap, as well as the NAP GHG, the National Action Plan. And finally, the National Industrial Master Plan, which is also open to the into the international players, started in 2021, where we offer some tax allowance, tax exemption, tax incentive, and also financing scheme that is only for locals, for those who are implementing the green technology. And even though we do have these beautiful policies on hand, there are still some challenges and of course opportunities when we try to transit from the fossil fuels to these future fuels. Unfortunately, Malaysia, we are still highly relying on fossil fuel. First, because of the highly subsidized fossil fuels by the Malaysian government. And as I put there are 781 LNG still fossil fuel, dual ships today, and it's expected to exceed 1,400 in the next 5 years. And let's look into the investment. The investment is also huge. For instance, when we talk about the shipbuilding and ship repair, SPSR, one of the potential industry that probably Hainan Port can look into. It is expected that we do this retrofitting, do this rebuilding, it would increase by 30 to 40% in terms of the expenses. And this is also would be very much linked to the infrastructure capital requirement, which we would expect between 100 million to 2 billion US dollar. Nevertheless, let's look into the opportunity.
I've read the time.
Okay, I'll just very fast. The opportunity is in terms of, yeah, we do have some gaps, policy gaps. This is where we need to have the consistent framework, the standards, we set the standards, and also the coordination, not only regionally, but internationally. Okay, this is my second last one. Yes, Southeast Asia, we control the choke point. So it is very important for us to be the price taker, the price maker, not the price taker, not the price taker. Why not a price taker? We don't want to just follow the standards and then eventually just pay the taxes set by others. We want to be a price maker. We want to set our rules. We want to produce our own fuels, and eventually we capture the value for our people. So my last point is, as the global narrative shifts, we were talking just now about probably just the voluntarily decarbonization efforts to mandatory one as set by the IMO. It's very important for us to stay anchored in numbers in science, engineering, and evidence. This is where we as the think tank, we as the academia, we need to translate all the hard numbers into easily interpreted information, knowledge to the members of the public. Remember, in the era where the climate change accelerates, all this ocean warming, the extreme weather, it's important for us to put in mind that future fuels, future oceans, and biodiversity protection is not an optional choice, yet they are survival choice. With that,
Okay.
I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Very, very interesting. I think we have had two very interesting presentations already, and the more we hear, the more I think we feel apprehensive about the situation in the globe. Let us move on to Dr. Huang. The floor is yours. Thank you.
谢谢主席。Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm very delighted to be invited by the organizer to attend to today's meeting. So the topic of my presentation is the management and control of the climate change. As far as we know that in September 2025, Huangyan Island National Natural Reserve has been developed and has attracted considerable attention at home and abroad. So I will elaborate on 4 aspects regarding the natural conditions of Huangyan Island, the necessity of establishing this reserve, and details of the establishment of the reserves and initiative of joint actions in the future. So first of all, in terms of the natural conditions, Huangyan Island is located in the Zhongshan Islands, and it is typical coral atoll, roughly shaped like a isosceles right triangle, and an area of approximately 133 square kilometers, and lagoon water depth range from 0.5 to 22.4 meters, and also the shape is very interesting because it is with the dense path reefs distributed in the central part, and 400-meter wide channel at the southeastern end connects to the lagoon to the open sea, and in the east part and the south part or the southeastern part, there is a huge lagoon connecting to the open sea. So we can see that this coral is on top of the flat, and there are reefs, and also the reefs are visible at the northern part and southern part of the ends, and the types of the reefs are very diverse and abundant. In 2024 survey, it has recorded over 100 species of the hypertypical corals located in here.
Giant clams are distributed at a relatively high density in this area. According to our 2024 survey, on the whole, there are more than 120 fish species. And on the whole reef ecosystem, coral reef system of Huangyan Island is healthy and stable, and the homotypic coral communities exhibit good resistance and tolerance to seawater temperature rise. However, against the backdrop of global climate change and intensifying human activities, the ecological condition of Huangyan Island is facing several potential threats. First, it is confronted with the threat of rising seawater temperatures driven by global climate change. This graph shows that since 1993, the corals have experienced 5 episodes of high thermal stress, which has posed a threat to their growth and survival. Second, the region where Huangyan Island is located is highly prone to extreme weather events. On average, 2 tropical cyclones pass through the waters within 150 kilometers of the island every year, and a total of 7 tropical depressions have formed in this area over the past 3 decades. Tropical cyclones can undermine the growth of the island's coral reefs. Third, there is a risk of outbreaks of harmful organisms on Huangyan Island. Outbreaks of crown of thorns starfish have occurred in the Xisha Islands and the Zhongshan reefs in recent years, and Huangyan Island is at risk of similar infestations. Fourth, the waters surrounding Huangyan Island face the risk of overfishing. Huangyan Island and its adjacent waters are rich in fishery resources and serve as a traditional fishing ground. Overfishing can disrupt the natural predator-prey balance within the coral reef ecosystem, triggering explosive reproduction of harmful organisms and consequently leading to large-scale coral bleaching and mortality. Huangyan Island holds significant conservation value. First, it boasts typical regional representativeness as the only large reef in the Zhongshan Island that emerges above water during low tide. Huangyan Island features a unique geographical location and geomorphology. It serves as a critical node connecting the coral reef ecosystems of the Xisha and the Nansha Islands. Second, it harbors rich biodiversity. The waters around Huangyan Island are home to a wide variety of homotypic coral reefs with complex and diverse coral reef ecosystem structures and high species abundance. Third, features unique species rarity. All homotypic corals in Huangyan Island are Class II protected wild species in China, and more than half of them are listed as near threatened or vulnerable species on the IUCN Red List. Fourth, it has potential eco-vulnerability. The waters around the Huangyan Island are prone to tropical cyclone impacts, and amid global changes, the corals in this region face a high risk of thermal breaching. Fifth, it retains pristine naturalness. Far from the mainland, Huangyan Island has minimal human disturbance, and its coral reef ecosystem remains largely in a pristine natural state. Therefore, the establishment of the Huangyan Island National Natural Reserve is imperative and well justified. Now I'd like to introduce the progress we have made in the establishment of the reserve on the Huangyan Island. It has been designated as a national nature reserve in accordance with China's law, the Marine Environmental Protection Law, and the regulations on natural reserves stipulate the circumstances under which nature reserves should be established. Huangyan Island qualifies for reserve status as it represents a typical physical geographical area, a representative of a natural ecosystem, and a natural concentration area for rare and endangered species. In addition, in line with the IUCN guidelines for applying protected area management categories to marine protected areas, the island meets the biogeographical, ecological, nature, and scientific importance criteria. In September 2025, the State Council approved the establishment of the new Huangyan Island National Nature Reserve. The National Forestry and Grassland Administration issued a notice specifying the reserve's area boundaries and the functional zoning, clarifying that the primary conservation target is the coral reef ecosystem, which falls under the category of marine and coastal ecosystems within the broader national ecosystems classification. Regarding the management conservation research work following the establishment, we put forward 3 recommendations. First, jointly establish a coral reef and eco conservation alliance. We should work together to address regional challenges such as coral bleaching and illegal fishing. Meanwhile, we will advance the green list certification process for the next batch of marine protected area pilots and build a dedicated collaborative network for coral conservation. Second, develop marine eco corridors through multiple approaches. We will collaborate to identify the migratory routes of seabirds passing through the island, as well as the habitats and the migration paths of sea turtles, and jointly protect these critical migration corridors. Third, carry out joint conservation and research initiatives. For instance, we can establish an international scientific research platform to jointly conduct research on coral reefs and related subjects. Meanwhile, we propose establishing a mechanism for data sharing and internal dissemination through which we will regularly and jointly release studies. We would like to work together with ASEAN countries to build the South China Sea into a sea of peace, stability, prosperity, and friendship to ensure the stability of its ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This session tomorrow, we listen tomorrow. Very, I don't know whether we should be optimistic or this pessimistic, but anyway, scientific evidence is showing us that things are getting worse every moment globally now. And probably we hear more of the situation of marine ecosystem from Dr. Lu.
Hello.
Yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu Sicheng and Xu Xiaodong and Hua Yang for inviting me for this excellent symposium. This is my second time. I really enjoyed many very inspiring presentation, discussion, and side meeting. I think all the sessions are important, section particularly because touch on climate change, the marine ecosystem protection, and also emphasize on collaboration. Collaboration is very important. I'd like to start with a few general points. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. And I hope you agree with my points. Okay. So thank you, Professor Gao Shu, give a very introduction for climate change. And so I don't need to repeat, climate change is very significant and important. Obviously, climate change, the pollution, severely threaten health and sustainability of ocean ecosystem. So there's natural resources as also human activities, which are significant source of stressor. So, and there's a lot of effort now to develop innovative solutions, including new technology development for marine ecosystem. So this requires support from research. So ocean change as an interdisciplinary game to integrate observations, modeling, analysis, and other approaches. Research advancement, efficiency, and predictability significant benefit from international collaboration. So yesterday on session 1, and Dr. Wu proposed an important initiation for developing collaboration for protection South China Sea. So I think, protection, collaboration, and they also, before that, need a collaboration on research. I hope Dr. Wu agree to add on the collaboration on ocean research for the countries surrounding South China Sea. And so he used very nice example for the Mediterranean Sea in the Europe. I think this is a very nice example. And then yesterday, Professor Gao Shu and reminded me South China Sea is also is also a Mediterranean Sea. It's is a Med Sea. So before I live in Canada, work in Canada, so have opportunity to come to Europe to develop collaboration. I think it's Europe and all the countries surrounding the Med Sea, they have very good successful example for collaboration. And so their experience we can borrow here to develop such collaboration for around South China Sea. What? Okay, I'd like to give examples. So the rest for 4.5 minutes will be quick. So this is North Coast coast and North Coast shelf and adjacent oceans off Canada East Coast. And so there's a rich fishery resources there, and which are important for the regional economy and the society. So for the lobster, I have a picture for lobster. Last night at the banquet, we have one dish is a lobster. I hope you all enjoy it, and very delicious. And so marine conservation and fishery ecosystem management. And it's very important, but also face many challenges in the east coast of Canada. So these include climate change, ocean temperature, the density stratification, circulation, and sea levels are all changing. And there's a fishing activity, the aquaculture development, and there's a shipping, and there's shipping traffic, and oil, offshore oil, and wind energy development, and also always the pollution from the land, from the atmosphere, and from the ocean. So here we have my colleagues, and okay, great. So we have a project to work on multidisciplinary research, and this integrate study on the fish habitat, biological connectivity, and aquaculture and invasive species. So the left, we have a colleague biologist develop a model for the suitable habitat model, which takes the ocean temperature, salinity, nutrients, etc., and so where they are suitable for the fish habitat. And in the middle, and so there's what's called biological connectivity, because the fish or the larvae, they are moved with the ocean current. And they also have own behavior, swimming behavior. So add together and they develop this map for the connectivity. And at the right, the third component is the shipping. And the shipping, there's current shipping, and with the climate change or with economic development, there's also the shipping will change. And these are when the ships move around, they have this what called a ballast water, and also it's a biofouling, and they bring the different the species from other region to the region there. These are not existing before, so this can be a serious issue. And so certainly you can see from the A, B, C, they are very interdisciplinary. 2 minutes. But in the region, and this is a group from my study from my group and other groups, we found there's a oceanography change in this region. It's very complex, and these are due to the very strong nonlinear dynamics in the ocean. On the left is the sea level study, and we compare the Halifax and also the offshore from the satellite, the sea level change, and with models, and from my group and from other group model, you can see there's some agreement, but not quite agree. And we did what called spatial analysis to which frequency, which model does better. So we identified one model and make the best is a European, what our colleague in France and they developed is what's called data simulation. They put a lot of data to constrain their model. And for other model, we have a very challenging to predict, to even simulate the past change in the ocean. This is because there's strong linear dynamics region, there's a Gulf Stream, there's eddies, and the interaction with the cold lava sea current. A minute, okay. So how to move forward, and we are working on, there's continue doing the ship-based monitoring, and our colleagues are working on the new technology like gliders, and recently my colleague were discussing with all countries surrounding North Atlantic, talk about using this fishery vessel observation network. They put a sensor on the fishing boats to collect temperature. And of course, because it's nonlinear system, and we need some more beyond the classical statistics, we need to think about machine learning. And so things is we need a collaboration with the computer scientists. They know about artificial intelligence. And thirdly, and recently I got the group, Professor Ping Chang group in Texas A&M University. They use this supercomputer produce this ensemble and a multi climate simulation with a very high resolution. Their story before they want to start collaboration in China because China have computer resources, because the US-China relationship getting worse, and they can use the American computer to produce petabytes of data. So now we want to start collaboration. So only a few countries in the world, the big country, can do this kind of model result. And so there's a good collaboration. And finally, last year I talked about digital twin of the ocean, eventually compare using digital twin framework to develop application to improve efficiency. And the EU, the EDIT program doing very well. I'm going to visit them in January and to learn what they're developing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Dr. Liu, for your presentation, and thank you for pointing out that collaboration is still our great hope for this. Now, let me move on to the next speaker, Dr. Naporn, who is Thai, but he is now teaching in University of Galway in Ireland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Sorjak, and good morning, everyone. I should like to start with saying that not just only Paris, but Hainan is always a great idea. And that's simply because I think every time that I have a chance to participate in these conferences, not only in this conference, but also the sub-forum and Forum for Asia as well, I feel overwhelmed by all the new information that I gathered in these conferences, and that is actually quite enlightening. And for that, I'm grateful and sincere, would like to express my sincere appreciation to Dr. Wu Xishun for having me again in these conferences. I usually come here and talk about plastic pollution, but I think today's under perhaps a very, very philosophical question put in to myself for the past months by my 5-year-old daughters, who was actually obsessed with the famous Little Mermaid Disney cartoon. So I'm just decided to talk something about a little bit differently about the marine biodiversities. My daughters has actually asked me, even before I left Ireland for this conference, she asked me, Daddy, why everybody don't really ask the mermaid before taking the fish out of the sea? And that is actually a very, very philosophical question. If you're taking the mermaid, it's actually representing the nature. And why, when we trying to utilize, natural resources in the oceans, why don't we really care about the natures? And that is actually my starting point of the discussion, or at least my presentation today. The title is actually on the sea cucumbers versus deep sea minerals, the coexistence of deep sea resources and the missing environmental pieces in South China Sea. With that, I intended to highlight one fact, which is the coexistence of these different resources in the deep sea environment. I would like to perhaps mention briefly about regional cooperative arrangements that exist, not just only in Southeast Asia, but also wider East Asian regions. And I'm trying to put some observation on what is actually missing, or what is actually would help driving the development and sustainable development along the coast of South China Sea forward. This is the pictures that is actually capturing me, and of course I'm pretty sure that all of you might have come across all of these pictures. These pictures is actually very, very, very important because it also highlights perhaps the coexistence between marine biodiversities and the deep sea mineral resources, polymetric nodules, ferromanganese crust that is actually subject to potential commercializations in the coming years. We know, and we have been using marine biodiversity for many, many purposes, of course, one of which is actually for the medicinal and pharmaceutical purposes. About 50 species has been utilizing for that particular purpose, and more is actually to come. We know that all the mineral resources down there in the ocean floor is highly valuable, including especially polymetric nodules. This is actually very valuable for all the heavy industry. Situations resulting in the situation that we need to choose perhaps, or we have to manage these coexistence, because utilization one resources can potentially means preventing you from using the others. And that is actually a very, very, very important or challenging decision to make. These perhaps, this situation is no stranger to South China Sea as well, because this is just only a handful of, studies that is available even from Google scholars that highlight the existence of the two resources in these regions. But when we're talking about the coexistence of marine biodiversities, spatially, not just only beyond the area, beyond national jurisdiction, but even especially in the area of overlapping claims, these add into the equation and are the difficulties in trying to cooperate and manage these type of situations. Of course, the Law of the Sea Conventions provide the jurisdictional rights and frameworks with respect to, utilization and conservation of all of these resources. And perhaps this year and next year would be a very, very important years as well, simply because, we are, expecting the finalization of the exploitation codes in terms of the deep sea bed minings, and we have the BBNJ, agreements coming as well. Whether or not the two is actually applies in South China Seas, we have to be seen, remain to be seen. But of course, it would be influential in providing guidance with respect to regulation of these very, very important resources. One thing to highlight, though, we are not sure as well whether or not the finalization of the two very, very important regimes is actually a race to protections or a race to exploitation. This is perhaps the map that I'm trying to make. So not really that perfect due to my very low artistic capacities, but it highlights lots of perhaps several cooperative arrangement that is actually exists in these regions. We have now PUBs, toward the northwest of the Pacific. So we have COPSI, PIMCs, and Coral Triangle initiatives, the ASEAN's working, on the marine environment, and complemented by many regional RFMO or the fishery management organizations as well. Although these regimes is actually covered to a certain extent, the South China Seas, but in practice, I would, my observation would be that it is actually trying to avoid working in that particular area due to a very, very difficult, challenging political situations of the region. I mean, if you're looking in the development of South China Sea, at least, from my own observation, growing up in this region throughout, these contentions issues, it's, the South China Sea has been, discussed and negotiated toward the zonal approach, which is actually a very, very, very basic and fundamental to, the management of the jurisdictional framework provided by the Law of the Sea Conventions. But there are limitations, in fact, to that zonal approach, which I'll discuss it a little bit later on. South China Sea is, easily politicized from all aspects, from all directions of the South China Sea itself. And we've seen, so far, at least for the past 20 years, more tensions than cooperations. And with the escalated or persistent tension and conflicts, trust can never be built. We have never had a chance to have more lessons to be learned to get over this conflict, although that is actually, an ongoing process. But I think perhaps, in order to, with these, coming situation of the marine diversities and the deep sea bait mining, we might need to talk as well about, greening these areas along with our other hard talks. I think for the past 20 years, the claims by all the stakeholders, the position of the stakeholders is actually based on, the zonal approach to South China Seas, which is actually quite justifiable by itself from the national interest. But that is actually prevents us from looking at South China Sea as the regional commons. And regional common in the sense, I mean the commons in the ordinary sense, because everybody is actually by the South China Seas and getting benefits out of, in some way from the South China Seas. And that perhaps remind us to the situation, which I think this conference is quite enlightened in everybody highlighting, the fact that we need corporations. And cooperation that needs to not just only be based on the classic law of the sea, on the zonal approach, but also need to be based on what Professor Thanagat said, the integrated management approach. We need to look into, the fact that we're trying to manage as, our meadows that we share together. And that's perhaps might pave the ways to more, regional cooperation. I don't see that coming personally from the Code of Conducts that is actually ongoing, because that is quite zonal approach based as well. And with cautions and reservations made throughout different positions of the states, that might not be perhaps a good idea or the best place to put the new initiatives in. We might have perhaps potentially, Sun Year's agreements on the management of the environment in the South China Seas. That is perhaps something that we might want to take into account. As Professor Wu Zixun mentioned, we need some imaginations on the new arrangement as well. And I would hope that, these conferences actually contribute toward having the new settings and the new initiative, the new arrangement for the management of, and of course, protection of our regional common, which is, the South China Sea. And that would allow, more cooperations, less confrontations.
I'm afraid it's time.
Better, South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Napon, for your presentation. I don't know whether you have actually answered your daughter
The $1 million question is remain to be asked the next 10 years, I think.
Anyway, yes. Shall we move on to last but not least presentation of Dr. Shen? The floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also I'd like to thank Dr. Wu the invitation to this wonderful international conference, and also for the Hoyong colleague like Dr. Xu for the arrangement. And so today I'm an environmental person, so mostly focus on the source and the response. And this is from water source, emission source, and also how we have the concentration, and we have the temperature, and also we have the source of the emission, and also the distribution of the concentration in the environment. So from this point, I'd like to share with the three considerations. And the first consideration is the multimedia. So which is a bit different from other colleagues. For example, in this room, we have multimedia. We have the air, we have the water, we have the this floor with sediments, and also we have us, which is by water ecosystem. So any real system is multimedia. It's not a single medium. So this is my focus. And the emission from outside this room, or emission from the floor, from other activities. So that's then how this multimedia system affected by those source and sinks. So this is my focus on the multimedia system. This is the first consideration. And the second consideration is the deep sea. So for the shallow and offshore and coastal, it has been studied for deeply for many, many years, but for deep sea, it's more complex than the shallow waters. Like my colleague just said about the biodiversity in the deep sea and also the fish in deep sea. I'm not studying on the fish and the ecosystem, but I can tell you which location has more nutrients or some toxins in the deep sea. So then maybe that the nutrients have more biodiversity, more fish and so on, and maybe toxic to the food safety or the fish and so on. So the second, deep sea. And the third consideration is for the monitoring. So now the complex system, or we need the new monitoring strategy. So that's the three, the considerations through some examples. Preparing this conference, the one word came to my mind is one ocean, one earth. I saw the literature. This is the one word, one ocean. I personally like the one ocean, one earth. So this is because the global have more than 70% of water, and also highland coastal zone is more 70% the deep water. So I like the one ocean, one earth. And also, we the development under the climate change, and also the human activities, the impact. And so we need more joint collaborative efforts, like raised by all the presenters or attendants in this meeting. So the first consideration is the multimedia. So again, the grass gas is a pollutant, and the other toxins or like microplastics or the heavy metals is also pollutant. So this we have to see how this affected the multimedia system. Then we'll see a lake or area can be cleaned not only by local efforts, but also we have to look at the reason behind or a way of the location. So this is the why we need to consider this one. Otherwise, the site maybe never cleaned up. So this has happened at many places worldwide. This is the multimedia system we to share with you. We developed the first numerical regional level environmental multimedia modeling system, and with the higher temporal and spatial resolution. We can tell you in this room, my location have higher concentration, your location has less concentration at one time. And also same for the water, for the soil, and also deep sea, the regions. That's to quantify the evidence and for a wide range of disease spot. So this shows we not only for the new emerging contaminants, the PFAS, but also we can estimate the PFAS in different fish, the biota, medium,
in the river and water system and in other wildlife systems. That shows which is extended the USPA, the multimedia model for a long time. So this is the first consideration. The second consideration is for deep sea. Deep sea is fundamentally is very different and more complex than shallow water ecosystem. And this includes, wider, more multidisciplinary, extensive studies, including oceanography and also hydrodynamic and environmental analysis. So we have to consider those to see the deep sea system. So one example is the British OSPO happened in 2010. That's caused 11 people died, and with over $67 billion cost until today, and still ongoing. So this is not finished like environmental toll. Those is still ongoing. Over $67 billion US dollar. This is one example happened. That's why we have to emphasize whenever have the such deep sea activities. So we developed the first deep sea environmental modeling system in Canada, and continuously validated by our sampling system. My postdoc and students used the Hudson research cruise to sampling to validate our models for a number of years. So this the validation of a model for the BP OSPL, and we can see the above is the bottom is the validation. Red, so this is the black, the satellite image. We can see the modeling works well. The third showed the monitoring. So through to my Arctic projects to see how the new monitoring network. And I got the project because our unique modeling to understand the complex system. So we got the two Arctic project to monitor the microplastics in the Arctic. So we used the icebreaker caused by the Canadian Coast Guard to take samples from the North Pole. And for different samples, we just resample. They left in June and they came back in November. So this is a sample she just shipped to us. We are working on the sample for a wide range of the contaminants, from the minerals, from contaminants, from microplastics and so on, and PFAS and so on, for the samples to be working on right now. And we also travel to the Arctic in these committees, including myself, and this is my postdoc, and also the local new people, and we do sampling, and also we do drilling, and also has Arctic light, and also we can see the right corner image of the microplastics found in the Arctic air atmosphere. So we also found even the microplastics in their drinking water. So that means, in our here for sure we have the microplastics in our body, in the water, and everywhere. So this is a big initiative. So this shows the for the kind of conclusion. So this regional environmental multimedia risk and impact assessment system can be applied to assess regional greenhouse gas emission, emerging contaminants, including microplastics, PFAS, and also other contaminants. And also we did the project for the Hudson Strait in North, like the Arctic project we showed. The technology could be applied to also to the the Chongzhou Strait, which is similar with the high traffic volume. So this can be looked at in the near future. And also deep sea modeling system can be used to do the new EIA, environmental impact assessment, for the the tunnels, and also for underwater pipelines, and also bridge and so on. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think you all agree with me that this session has been a very, very enlightening session, as well as being a big alarming call, I think, on the threat the climate change is impacting on our globe. From Dr. Gao, who was talking or illustrating about the change in the landscape and the threat from the emission of the CO2 and the impact on the global temperature, to Dr. Ismail, who's giving us an alarming call on the problem of the marine transportation and the pollution in the sea, and mentioned about sustainable marine fuels as a game changer is very interesting to me, coming from the aviation industry myself, where SAF, the sustainable aviation fuel, is now a big talk in the aviation industry. Then we have Dr. Huang, who has talked about how marine ecosystem being a big, getting seriously threatened. Both the marine ecosystem and marine biodiversity is being threatened so much at the moment. To Dr. Liu, who is talking about collaboration in marine ecosystem, marine conservation in Canada, and how to move forward for such cooperation. And Dr. Naporn, who took us down deeper further into the ocean floor and talking about deep sea mining, polymetallic nodules vis-a-vis the biodiversity, as well as the governance and dual approach for the marine environmental governance in the South China Sea. And we just heard Dr. Chen, who's been talking about one ocean, one world, one earth, and the deep sea environment ecosystem. I think as a lawyer, a non-scientist, I think this session has been very enlightening to me indeed, and with all the great information. Before opening up the floor, we have another about 20 something minutes. Anybody would like to add something else on the panel? No, in that case, I would like to open the floor. But before opening the floor, may I have the prerogative of a moderator to ask Dr. Ismail, as sustainable fuel is something very in my mind. For SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, we have the IATA and the ICAO working very hard to push airlines to use as much SAF as possible. In Thailand, we are hoping that in 5 or 6 years' time, all airlines landing in Thailand will be using SAF. Is there any international body, whether IMO or anyone, who could do that for the marine transportation?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suraja, for the questions. Just before I go in depth into the question, let's look into what is SAF. Okay, I was talking about the LNG just now that has been dominantly or favorably used in the in our sector, maritime sector. For the aviation, the SAF is very much cleaner. It's not from fossil. It could be from cooking oil,
sugar cane.
Yeah, agriculture waste, or sometimes it's even captured from the CO2.
Yes.
Okay, in comparison with our LNG, it's purely fossil fuel, yet light fossil fuel, okay, compared to the traditional fuel, the heavy fossil fuel. So yes, as I shared just now, at the international level, we are very much forced, I would say. The driver was actually the IMO. But for instance, in Malaysia, I think everyone is aware with the latest 100 most performing ports by Lloyd's list. Okay, there are 100 ports, highly performing, okay, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the productivity of the port itself. And from these 10, the top 10 ports, 7 are from China. Okay, led by not Hainan, unfortunately. I hope Hainan would be in the list later, Prof. Wu. Number 1 is Shanghai. Okay, and in first time ever, Malaysia entered the list at number 10, represented by our port client. And out of these 7, okay, 1 is in Dubai, and we do have some others, but it's dominated by the Asian countries, by the Asia, mostly Chinese ports. So yeah, to me, the driver is IMO. And since we are international waters, we do have also the drivers from whatever EU has been pushing us to achieve, pushing our ship vessels, the owners, to achieve that GHG reduction as set by them. But on the other hand, I believe each region, each countries, they have their own drivers. ASEAN, for example, we do have the ASEAN KLTSP, Kuala Lumpur Transformation Strategic Plan, which among that is about to reduce the GHG through the fossil fuels. So I think it's regional, international, national efforts all together, concerted efforts that, but for aviation is very much even because it's multi-billion dollars, you know. So it's like you said just now, it's IATA and all these international platforms. So I think both industries are playing very well in the efforts towards this decarbonization.
Thank you very much indeed. Now may I open the floor? Please, gentlemen here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Shi Yubing from Zhejiang University. I have one comment and one question. First, I have a comment to Professor Nepom. So in the presentation, you say that the BBNJ agreement will provide the guidance for the South China Sea. I disagree because I participated in all BBNJ governmental negotiations as a member of China delegation. It's quite clear, according to Article 6, Article 18, Article 47, and Article 60, BBNJ agreement will not apply to any disputed waters, including if there are disputes on the legal status of the area as within national jurisdiction. In other words, if two parties disagree whether there is high sea or area in this ocean, BBNJ agreement will not be applied. Because the South China Sea is such an area where there are many disputes, and plus the maritime delimitation has not been finalized. In this case, BBNJ agreement should not be applied. And another information is that last month, a book entitled BBNJ Commentary was published by Oxford University Press. That book was Professor Jonah Mossop and Professor David Freestone served as the general editor-in-chief. And it was written by a number of diplomats and famous professors in the world. I would suggest that you refer to the book. If you refer to the book, it's quite clear that the BBNJ agreement will, because it states very clearly, BBNJ agreement will not be applied to South China Sea. So that's my comment. And my second is a question to Professor Ismail. So you talk about the regulation also by IMO on the shipping jet emissions. In particular, you raised like we can utilize marine fuels to upgrade the marine fuels to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. As we know, if we look at MAPA Annex 6, there are two types of means to address air pollution. One is for the marine pollutants like SOx and NOx. There are some ways, for example, emission control area or other measures. The other category is the greenhouse gas emissions. They use like so-called energy efficiency measures. There are three types of energy efficient measures, like a technical measure, like EEDI, like operational measures, like slow steaming, and market-based measures such as carbon tax. So they are different. You know, SOx and NOx, this marine pollutant, is different from greenhouse gases. However, last year, I'm not sure if you know that, the ITLOS, International Tribunal for the Lower Sea, released an advisory opinion. So according to the opinion, greenhouse gas emissions are regarded as a type of marine pollution. So then, well, I'm not sure. So my question is, do you agree that greenhouse gas emission is type of marine pollution? If it is, then it will make the regulation and enforcement of MAPA Annex quite confusing. How should you, enforce the MAPA Annex 6 to reduce shipping jet emissions? Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Dr. Ismail, maybe Dr. Phon can.
If I may respond to the comments. Thank you, President Tubing, for the comments. And let me, I think I'm really appreciate your comments because that allows me to further elaborate the point that I haven't made. I think we find no disagreements here. I'm not saying that the BBNJ agreement applies in South China Sea, make it clear. That is simply because of the situation that we have. But the points that I would like to highlight with respect to the BBNJ agreement is actually twofold. Firstly, the entering into force of the BBNJ agreement would actually complement the Law of the Sea Convention with respect to marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And that would have indirect influence on rights and obligation of states in that respect. Whether or not it would apply in the South China Seas, it's a long shot because we need to clear up, of course, as you mentioned, all the overlapping claims. But in the BBNJ agreement, having said, it excludes all these, controversial area of overlapping claims, there are some of the obligations that would require state, even within the national jurisdictions, to pay attention to biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, or even within your own national jurisdiction, if the activities, within your national jurisdictional control would create or potentially have significant effects on the marine biodiversities. That is actually what I want to say, or what I mean by, the application of the BBNJ agreement. Secondly, I think BBNJ agreements is actually remind us, especially in the very, very difficult times and highly contentious overlapping claim over these particular areas. We need to come up with perhaps a more improvised arrangement on how we go about in protecting the South China Sea. I'm saying this because South China Sea is common to us, especially, and it's South China Sea itself doesn't really care the legal fictions that we international lawyers built. It's the nature, the fish, the mermaids of my daughter would care whether or not which zone there are, they swim anyway. And that's for that reasons, in the very difficult and challenging times of trying to find a very, very good compromise solution to this, it is important, or at least as equally important to highlight the cooperations, not confrontations. That is would actually help paving the way towards us, in these regions, and I believe works and trying to find a way before we arriving at a very, very hopefully peaceful conclusion over these areas, these regions. We safeguard, mutual interests as well in, protecting the environment, protecting the resource that we share commonly in a very, very ordinary sense, not in the legal sense, in our regions. And that is actually the extent or the intention that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ismail, please.
Thank you, Mr. Shi, for the question. It seems like I'm the most favorite panelist today. I've got two questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shi, once again. Okay, when we talk about the MARPOL and Annex 6, yes, and you were talking about the marine pollution, the SOX, the NOx, and also the other PMs, right? Yes, from the perspective of IMO MARPOL Annex 6, okay, it's a legally bound documents, okay? To me, when you talk about whether it should be considered or not to become one of the other categories of that marine pollution, to me, it will be a very, very long way to consider. And bear in mind, it's not under Annex 6, it's not just the SOX, NOx. Okay, amongst all, when Prof. Lu was talking about the invasive species just now, you were talking about how this multimedia, when we talk about the pollution, it's very much multimedia as conferred by Prof. Chen just now. Is the air, is the water, is the sound, it's everything. So for Malaysia, in our perspective, we're not only looking at the air pollution, we're very much currently, for your information, we're also looking at formalizing the laws for the port reception facilities to cater the problems in the IES, the invasive species, which is also a part and parcel, the waste from the vessel's body that is a part of the Annex 6. There are various lists, I think more than 50 types of waste under that Marple Annex 6. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. So to me, it's always you need to look into various angles, and it would definitely take ways, a long ways to go if it would become a legally bind document to be included in the Marple. That's my response, Mr. Shi. Maybe we can have chit chat after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you.
Yes.
Given there are so many questions for the panelists, so there's also a question for the distinguished moderator. With 21st Century Business Herald, we know that China plays a leading role in clean energy such as solar power, wind power. So how do you see the cooperation between China and Thailand in fighting climate change? And this year marks the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between China and Thailand. So how do you view the future cooperation between China and Thailand? Thank you.
For me.
Yes.
First time moderator got asked question, okay. Briefly, I think I have to say that now that President Trump has looked at climate change as a con job. So we can't rely on the United States anymore, at least under President Trump administration. And our relationship with China is so close and very so cordial in all dimensions. And as you know, our King and Queen just visited China officially only last month. So we have close cooperation, and we have so many activities to celebrate our 50th year of diplomatic relationship. Of course, we look at China as our friend, not only in environmental aspects, but in every aspect. And as you know, we have imported so many technology concerning climate change into Thailand, the solar energy system, the EVs, and I think at the moment about 15% maybe to 20% of cars in Thailand are Chinese EVs. So we have cooperation, close cooperation with China, and I think this cooperation in collaborating to combat the climate change impacts will continue very closely and very strongly between our two countries. Thank you. Please.
Hi, good morning. I find a session very interesting, and I give credit to Dr. Wu Chun for bringing in the scientists on the table. It's very comprehensive discussion of different issues on maritime and ocean affairs, and I think it's very, especially for someone who is not a scientist, to hear science people discuss, the pressing issues and challenges for humanity in terms of, climate change and its impact on the oceans. I would like to pose this question in terms of, the moderator mentioned about the sense of pessimism, the view that nature is being ruined by, affected by human activities. But I'm interested to know whether among scientists, if there is there any evidence to suggest that nature is coping up also with human activities, and climate change can be, the cyclical patterns, whether Earth or nature at some time will be able to adjust and, recover. And if what can I think we people can do to try to accelerate that recovery. What we can do to fast track, help nature, recover, replenish, restock for fisheries. Yeah. I'd be interested to hear, comments from our scientist people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to, please?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So thank you for the interesting question. I try to respond. The question is about how the nature, cope with the change, either pollution or some, anthropogenic activities. So this scientifically we can do is through different aspects. First, we can identify the capacity of the nature system, how they accept or a kind of the capacity to adapt to the change. So this could be tested in the lab or some modeling. That's why we do modeling. We can do thousands of times in the lab. We can do a few times. That's why we do modeling as a tool to understand the response. And so first to identify the capacity. Second, we can see to determine the threshold. The threshold, to exposure threshold or other threshold, like a policy making or standard, so we know, is close to the threshold, beyond threshold, what will happen. That's spatially or temporally. That's the case. Then the third, we can define the adaptation strategy, the climate change adaptation. So this is to adapt the change. Sometimes we can mitigate as much as we can, and we can reduce the source as much as we can, and also we can see, put forward the adaptation, the actions or strategies, to adapt to change. So that's a quick response. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, maybe last question, please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Patrick Saul. I'm from Switzerland. I'm a journalist, but I'm also a known resident research fellow at the Korea Institute for Maritime Strategy. My question goes to Professor Huang, and I'd like to link to the presentation of Dr. Wu Haidang yesterday. He proposed to have a joint natural reserve at Scarborough Shoal between China and the Philippines. One could argue this would improve the protection of the reef if two claimants
Thank you for the question. I think this is a really good question. Yes, in a low sensitive maritime area, we've been conducting very close cooperation in many aspects with ASEAN countries. So the civilian research organizations or the social organizations also conduct a lot of cooperation with each other. Among the ASEAN countries, I believe in the future, if in terms of the coral reefs protection or the data sharing aspects or the joint research ships programs or alliance of this joint research or the educational promotion programs, things like that, could be possible for us to connect with each other. Yes, science will be the bridge to connect us, and we can propose some initiatives for the protection of the South China Sea to make the sea as a sea of peace. Thank you. That is my response to the question.
Thank you very much indeed. I think with that answer and all the questions, I think the time is up for our session. I would like to thank all the panelists for such a absolutely enlightening and excellent presentation from all of you. And I also finally like to thank Dr. Wu and his very able organizing staff for organizing this very important symposium. I don't know whether we could send all the outcomes of this symposium to President Trump's administration to let them know that this is not a con job. With that, I like to invite everyone to give a big applause to all our speakers. And I wish you a very successful polling sessions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Sarajak. Thank you, all the panelists. Let's take a group photo. 有请我们的摄影师。同时，我们接下来进入到茶歇环节，请大家休息10分钟。稍後我們將進行下一議題。Let's take a short break for 10 minutes, and then we will move on to the next session.
Connected. I would say we can't afford to have any in conflict. You know, we need to work together.
I think China has a leading role to play in maritime cooperation and ocean governance issues. As I just mentioned, it's playing an ever more leading role in international maritime issues, in multilateral issues relating to the law of the sea. And I think that is only likely to continue both regionally, but also increasingly globally.
China is emerging as a key bridge builder in global ocean governance, promoting multilateralism, peaceful dispute settlement, and greater inclusion of developing countries. China's growing leadership in marine science, technology, and capacity building will shape how states implement UNCLOS and the BBNJ agreement.
China is a party to always support adherence to laws and convention, also other international law, and has been always taking a multilateral approach in many areas, fishing and active governance, and also in the deep sea money, as we just spoke. So China has been, I believe, has been playing a very constructive role in promoting the multilateral, institutional, and the global ocean governance.
China is playing a hugely positive role in encouraging the global South to understand its solidarity and to work together and collaborate. And they are putting an enormous effort into the diplomatic initiative of encouraging a positive approach to international society, cooperation, mutual understanding, mutual respect, rather than this paranoid concern about dividing up us and them, people who think the right way like us and people who think the wrong way like other people.
Global governance of the oceans and the sea are purely linked to the effort of China, which has taken place long time ago, concerning all legal documents which were adopted, in particular the law of the sea, which, as you know well, took almost 10 years to be negotiated and adopted.
Well, China has really played a very important role in the course of the negotiations on the BBNJ agreement, means biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And China's contribution was essential that a consensus could be reached on such an important international agreement, which is particularly important to safeguard the health of our oceans. We need ocean governance based upon the consensus of the international community. There, China has already played a leading role, and I'm sure will continue to do so in the future.
China is making a very positive, exerting a lot of influence and bringing a lot of ideas to the international discussions I think that's very, very, very important in development. And the contribution that China can make would be enormous.
We look quite clearly that China is promote usage of the mediation to resolve disputes. By way of mediation, we could try to have a more amicable, economically and also efficient resolution of disputes. At the same time, we must recognize that up to now, the mediation is only playing the complementary role for current arbitration or litigation. We are trying to avoid any unnecessary competition or duplication of the functions. We need to emphasize on the multilateralism, the international cooperation, this kind of activities, even in this very challenging time of geopolitical, it will have a special value also.
We believe that future maritime cooperation would be more South-South driven, technology-enabled, and regionally coordinated with the global multilateral framework.
Everyone on board because we only have one ocean and that ocean is interconnected.
I would say we can't afford to have any conflict. We need to work together.
I think China has a leading role to play in maritime cooperation and ocean governance issues. As I just mentioned, it's playing an ever more leading role in international maritime issues, in multilateral issues relating to the law of the sea. And I think that is only likely to continue both regionally, but also increasingly globally.
China is emerging as a key bridge builder in global ocean governance, promoting multilateralism, peaceful dispute settlement, and greater inclusion of developing countries. China's growing leadership in marine science, technology, and capacity building will shape how states implement UNCLOS and the BBNJ agreement.
China is a party to always support adherence to laws and convention, also other international law, and has been always taking a multilateral approach in many, many areas, fishing and active governance, and also in the deep sea money, as we just spoke. So China has been, I believe, has been playing a very constructive role in promoting the multilateral, institutional, and the global ocean governance.
China is playing a hugely positive role in encouraging the global South to understand its solidarity and to work together and collaborate. And they are putting an enormous effort into the diplomatic initiative of encouraging a positive approach to international society, cooperation, mutual understanding, mutual respect, rather than this paranoid concern about dividing up us and them, people who think the right way like us and people who think the wrong way like other people.
Global governance of the oceans and the sea are purely linked to the effort of China, which has taken place long time ago, concerning all legal documents which were adopted, in particular the law of the sea, which, as you know well, took almost.
Harrison, are you online?
Well, China.
Hi, Harrison. Hi. Good to see you.
Yes.
I understand that it might be very late. Thank you anyway. And would you like to share screen to have a try?
Sorry, here we go.
Share screen, yes. Okay, perfect. In the full screen, yeah. No problem. Okay. It's okay. You can like say hi and then share screen. Yeah. So maybe we'll take another 5 minutes. Sorry, a little bit delayed. We will let you know. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Bye.
Okay. So we'll start soon. I will let you know. Thank you.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
各位领导、各位嘉宾，我们的下一题即将开始，请大家尽快回到会场。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the next session now. Please come back to the venue. Thank you. 各位嘉宾朋友们，我们即将开始议题6环节，请大家抓紧时间回到会场，感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, we will start session 6 very soon. Please come back. Thank you. 各位来宾朋友们，请大家抓紧时间回到会场，我们即将进行议题6，感谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back and get seated as soon as possible. We will start session 6. Thank you for your cooperation. 请大家抓紧时间回到会场，我们马上就要开始议题6喽。谢谢大家的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, please come back. Now we'll start session 6. 各位嘉宾朋友们，请大家抓紧时间回到会场。我们这一议题还有线上的代表已经在等待了，感谢大家的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we're ready to start session 6, Security Resilience and Submarine Infrastructure. Now I have the honor to invite the moderator, Professor Liu Fuguo, the Executive Director from Taiwan Center for Security Studies of Taiwan Chengchi University. Professor Liu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I thought after coffee break, everyone should have been feeling regeneralized. So this is a good time to go into such a complicated session. Really, we have prepared over the last 2 days for this particular session. Since, as you can tell, in the next couple hours, you would be able to go through very different topics. So it is complicated. I tried my best to provide division of labor among us. So in the next few minutes, you will hear some of us addressing to subsea or undersea cable issue. The other one will be talking about freedom of navigation, maritime security, and we also have a drone development for UUV, and also finally we have a typhoon experts covering such a scientific topic. But I'm hoping with this complication, it will really attract your interest into the picture. So starting, let me quickly review what happens over the last probably 2 years. The first one, if you remember, back in January 2022, beginning of a new year, South Pacific country, Tonga, faced with this tremendous undersea volcanic eruption, cutting off international as well as a domestic undersea cable. So making Tonga completely isolated from international contact for almost a few months. And later, among all those islands connected with domestic cables, it took more than 1 year to fully recover. This is the first incident I want to report to you. The second one, in September 2022, right after beginning of Ukraine war, the Nord Stream #2 gas pipeline incident was blown off. So immediately attract a lot of tensions, not just methane leaking out of the ocean, but also really cut off energy supply for European countries. And I quote one of the important information. The Guardians published a review this year in July 2025, recording in the last 18 months, there are some incidences happening in the Baltic Sea, as well as the area surrounding East China Sea and also in the West Pacific region. It reminds all of us undersea cable and also those gas pipeline are extremely vulnerable. In order to keep security and safe for everyone, and this is something, one of the focus we want to cover in this particular session. And I think talking about ocean governance, this is something talking about undersea infrastructure today. And we definitely would really discuss further. And I hope this particular panel will follow our dear friend Surakia's example. Save some time for Q&A. And this is a very important thing. Over the last day also, friends already mentioned, sessions are really rich in information, but something may be lacking yesterday. The floor did not have a chance to come up. So I will be hoping presenters will be keeping 8 minutes. And also you can look into secretariat timekeepers. And the lady will be reminding us the time. So hopefully we can run into Q&A to enrich all the information you provided. So without further ado, let me invite the first speaker, Professor Zhang Xinjun from Tsinghua University in Beijing. Please.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Professor President Wu and Nan Haiyuan for their kind invitation, as always. Today, I'm talking about some very technical issues regarding jurisdiction over instance causing damage to submarine communication cables in the EEZ. Doesn't work, sorry. So please don't count the time now. I'm sorry. So introduction first. Why I focus on the instance caused damage to submarine communication? Of course, it's important in today's AI era. And also, you know, as a matter of fact, it's about 60–70% of the global damage to submarine cables is caused by anchoring and fishing activities. And then why I talk about the jurisdiction in the EEZ, because the incidents mostly happen not in the high sea, but in the territorial sea and the EEZ, while jurisdiction is a kind of straightforward in the territorial sea. The jurisdiction issue is more complicated in EEZ. For example, the coastal states in EEZ, while they have the jurisdiction over the natural resources, economic activities, and installations, platforms, it seems that the cable does nothing with or less relevant to these activities. Therefore, the coastal states has less jurisdictional hook over the cables, and also the cables pose less environmental risk or may cause less pollution. So it doesn't also offer much jurisdictional hook to the coastal states. The flag states, that is quite clear if we look at the Article 113. But that article, it's not about the allocation of the jurisdiction, but rather on the duty of the flag states and the state of nationality, its duty to enforce those jurisdictions which has been already allocated to them. But unfortunately, we will see later there is non-compliance and insufficient implementation. Other states, can they exercise the so-called extraterritorial jurisdiction in accordance with customary international law, the doctrine of effect or the doctrine of objective territoriality, or the universal? That is quite controversial. So let's just overview the state practice. Many instances happened in the Baltic Sea. The first one, I would say the recent one, is the New Polar beer incident. The flag state is Hong Kong, China. And if we look at the what happened after the incident happened against the ship, the New Polar beer, there was no enforcement action taken by the coastal states, which is Finland. And the Finland also failed to prosecute because the vessel eventually did not enter into the Finland territorial sea. And the second one is Ipan 3. This is a flying the Chinese flag, which bases the basis in Ningbo. And then we can see, actually in this instance, the flag state actually did something on site, did some investigation initiated, and then. But it's very interesting that because this case, the vessel was stopped not in the in Sweden, which is the incident occurred, but rather by the Danish naval vessels in the Danish EEZ. But finally, but that stop was made by acquiring the consent from the Chinese government. But finally, the vessel was released to go. Therefore, there is no exercise by either the Danish government or the Finland government over that vessel. And the third one is the Eagle S incident. This time, the flag state is the Cook Islands. And we see the Finland, the coastal EEZ, did exercise enforcement against that vessel on site. But interestingly, when the vessel entered into the Finnish territorial sea, the Finnish court declined to admit this case for lack of jurisdiction, and the Finnish court expressly referred to some UNCLOS articles justifying this lack of jurisdiction. And the last one is the Vengel case. This time the flag state is Malta. And again, it was forced to enter into the Swedish territorial sea, and which means that the Swedish naval enforced the vessel on site and forced it into the territorial sea of Sweden. But then, also interestingly, the court finds there was no proof that the data cable was intentionally cut, and therefore the court does not have jurisdiction over that case. So the observation, first, we can find there's no exercise of prescriptive jurisdiction by the coastal states, especially when we look at the Helsinki Court's ruling over the Eagle S incident. It is very clear that the coastal states refrained from exercising prescriptive jurisdiction. And that approach was very much in line with the case law. The tribunals decided the same thing in the MV Nostra case and Enrique Laxi case. Enforcement, and surprisingly, we can find the two coastal states actually exercise enforcement, which in my view is quite problematic. They may face litigation. They will face some legal risk. But I would think that why Finland, Sweden, they exercise enforcement in this EEZ against these vessels is simply because they are vulnerable. I mean, the flag states this time, they are Cook Islands and Malta. They are a flag of convenience. So these do not actually want to go to the court to sue these coastal states. And what about Article 113 and piracy? Some scholars argue that the coastal states may invoke piracy against the vessels in exercising both enforcement jurisdiction and prescriptive jurisdiction, but none of the case this privacy has invoked. I think that's basically, you know, the requirement for the piracy has not been met in these two cases, two ships requirement and piracy end. And then the implementation of 113, this time only China actually faithfully implement this provision by exercising both the prescriptive jurisdiction and enforcement jurisdiction. So what can we look forward? I think still the victim states may exercise some enforcement jurisdiction by invoking state of responsibility, but rather than the law of the sea to, you know, to undertake some countermeasures. I will not go to the details. And second, I think is possibility for the victim states, but not the coastal states, to litigate Article 113. Especially this is not only against the flag states, but also against the state of national. It's very important. One of the flag states was unwilling or not able to enforce their own prescriptive jurisdiction in accordance with its duty under Article 113 of UNCLOS. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xinjun, for providing legal perspective on the undersea cable. Later, we can discuss something beyond national jurisdiction area. Undersea cable actually stretch much further out of 200 nautical miles. So how to protect that? That is under international law. Within the jurisdiction, that is another area. So we leave it for a while. Let's now invite the second speakers, Harrison Pretat, who will be going online with us. Harrison, please take the floor.
Hello, thank you so much. And something
pelagic sea lanes. Been and sometimes scholars that you can cover
Great. Thank you, Harrison. It's just about on time. Thank you for bringing up such a geopolitical dimension related to sea land of communication as well as undersea cable, which addressing to the most updated development. I'm sure we will come back to that point later. The next speaker will be also related to undersea cable. Let's now invite Dr. Habib. Please take the floor.
Good morning. Let me begin my speech by thanking Chairman Wu Sichun for the generous invitation. I still remember my professional engagement started in this conference 3 years ago in China. So I will always be remember how important like this conference to my professional journey in China and working together with the Chinese think tanks. So today, I'm going to share some perspectives as well as observation on the submarine cables, looking at the ASEAN side. Just to highlight this, sometimes people are mistaken. CSIS Indonesia doesn't have any connection with CSIS in Washington, D.C., in which my colleague Harrison is working. CSIS Indonesia is an independent institution based in Indonesia. So let me just share 3 points when it comes to the ASEAN perspective on submarine cable. I think the first point is ASEAN is concerned about the regional flashpoints that reshape risks and opportunities for submarine cable connection. And then if you look at this map, you can see and you can tell how connected Southeast Asia with all over the world, basically through like the submarine cables, and then how submarine cables are very important to our economy as well as to our security. And that's why we cannot afford to ignore like the importance of protecting like these submarine cables. And then just want to point out about the first point I mentioned earlier about regional flashpoints, especially in the South China Sea, reshape risks of deploying submarine cables. Companies are complaining about the difficulties like to deploy a submarine cable passing through the South China Sea. And then if you look at these 2 submarine cables, ECO and Bifrost, that have been or are currently deployed or under construction, they bypass the South China Sea and passing through the Indonesian archipelagic sea lanes, especially the eastern part of the country. I think for Indonesia, it's good. But if the South China Sea dispute remains continue going forward, and then it is going to be difficult to deploy submarine cables, we may lose economic opportunities coming out of this deployment of the submarine cable. So that's the first point I want to highlight about the regional flashpoint reshape risks and opportunities coming out of submarine cable deployment. The second point is we are also concerned about the geopolitical trend currently taking place between China and also the United States about the competition. We have seen the decoupling of submarine cable connection. If you look at the left one, it is deployed and also supplied as well as the landing points through the China landing points and ASEAN member states to some extent. But at the same time, I think if you look at the right map, you see submarine cables, new submarine cables are being deployed by the United States as well as Japan, passing through the ASEAN waters as well as connected to ASEAN landing points, but it doesn't connect with one of the landing points in China. So this decoupling in submarine cable is concerning for ASEAN, and that raises a question about the interoperability of like digital infrastructure that ASEAN has. Over the past few years, we enjoy the benefits of the globalization as well as working together with both China and the United States. And then if the great power competition turns into unhealthy manner, then I think ASEAN is going to be sandwiched, and it is going to be very difficult for ASEAN to build and also to develop our digital infrastructure, be that data centers, be that the AI ecosystem, and so on and so forth. So it's not in ASEAN interest to see this kind of decoupling going forward. And then the third point, just want to highlight about the intentional submarine cable cut as a form of statecraft. Not only a statecraft, but also a terrorist act. We have seen in other parts of the world, it is being done as a way like to send a strong signal about the geopolitical motive or others, but ASEAN's interest is definitely to avoid that kind of intentional submarine cable cut going forward. And I suppose countries in the region, we can work together in making sure that like this, intentional action is being avoided. But I'm also aware, as being presented by two other speakers, as submarine cable passes through like many types of maritime zones, be that archipelagic sea lanes, territorial water, as well as the the exclusive economic zones and high seas. And then if you look at different types of submarine cables in the region, they are intranational, intra-regional, as well as international. And then those that we can cooperate further together, I suppose it's about the intra-regional and also international. We have to protect like these submarine cables at all costs, so that everyone could be benefited from like the digital infrastructure. But there are definitely problems we see or we face among ASEAN member states. The first one is about the cross-agency, cross-thematic, and cross-pillar problem. Submarine cable could not be treated as a standalone issue. It is related to many maritime issues, such as in the previous session about the deep sea mining and also shipping activities or fisheries I've already mentioned before. All of these could pose risk like to the deployment and also repair in the submarine cables. And when we talk about the sea lanes and also like submarine cables, the two issues are actually connected. We cannot deploy, we cannot repair, we cannot land the submarine cables if the sea lanes are not safe and secure. So it is, I think I really appreciate the session connects between the two. And then the other problem we have is not, we do not have, regional norms and laws to provide protection, enough protection to submarine cables. There is a guideline and also there is a checklist, but again, it's not legally binding. And then just to mention the last problem we have in the region, there is an even capacity and awareness among ASEAN member states to discuss about submarine cable topics. And then benchmarking on the member of organization on ICPC from ASEAN member states, Singapore is the leading one, Indonesia and Malaysia followed behind. But yeah, other member states are also still working to understand like this topic and working together with other ASEAN member states to pursue a closer cooperation. With that being said, I'm looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Habib. Save almost 1 minute for all of us. Thank you very much. We still have another expert focusing on undersea cable. Let's now invite Dr. Du Viet Chung. Yes, please come. You are on this undersea cable group.
Good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be here to the symposium in Sanya, where we gather not only to discuss the ocean we share, but to rethink how we govern the oceans in a changing world. And also my special thanks to Professor Wu for such invitation. So you know that for decades, the law of the sea has focused on ships that sail above the sea, right? But today, the most vital aristides in our world run silently beneath this. And you know that millions of kilometers of cable and pipelines that carry our data, our energies, and also our connectivities. And at the recent EGOS adjustment in Finland in October 2025 have shown that the lifelines largely frozen and exposed to reach our current framework barely addressed. So in my presentation today, I will examine what the EGOS case reveals about the limits of UNCLOS and how we might turn legal uncertainties into cooperation and share responsibility beneath the seas. My first slide here, I talk about some information. So you see that beneath every ocean like a network, we rarely see that millions of kilometers of submarine cable and pipelines that keep our world alive. And 97% of global internet traffic move through the cable, and they powers our digital economy, connect our bank, our hospital, and also our families and everything that define modern life today. But that the lives are fragile, and they can be damaged by anchored by fishing gears, also earthquake, and even deliberate act. And that each break here can cut nation off from the world within seconds. But what is actually striking here is while technology has advanced, the law means to protect the infrastructure has barely moved. And the gap between innovation and regulation is now, I think, one of the most dangerous fault line beneath the sea. First, let me tell you some information about the Eagle S incident. So you know that in Christmas Day 2024, the Eagle S, an oil tanker flying the Cook Island flags drugs in anchor across the Atlantic Sea for nearly 90 kilometers. And so along the way is a severe multiple data cable and an electricity line linking Finland and Estonia. And so when contacted by the Finnish authority, the crew falsely claimed the anchor was secure. And one later, in October 2025, the Helsinki District Court ruled that Finland lacked jurisdiction and dismissed all criminal charges, calling it an incident of navigation under Article 97 of UNCLOS, and means that only the flag state could prosecute here. So actually, I think that the judgment, the Eagle S decision, forced to ask a question that can the law of the sea still protects what lie beneath it? And I think the case reveals a deeper legal problem that UNCLOS actually were drafted for the navigation of ship, not for the protection of network. And the Helsinki District Court actually relies on Article 97, treating a 90 kilometer, treating a 90 kilometer aqueduct as an incident of navigation. But Article 97 were written to avoid multiple prosecution for accidental collision, not for not to see reckless negligence. So actually, the Helsinki District Court also they also read the Article 113, but in narrow sense, assuming that only the first state may act when submersible are damaged. But when we look at a report by International Law Commission in 2022, they say that the provision is actually the duty to criminalize, not a bar to other state jurisdictions. When weekly conduct in the EEZ cause massive harms, the objective territoriality and protective principle should allow the affected state to act. Otherwise, the law meant to ensure accountability becomes a law of convenient silence, and just protecting the flux not to the seabed as sustainable. And so I would like to talk something about the emerging legal gap here from the legal S judgment. So actually, the UNCLOS 1982 were built for the 20th for the 20th century ocean, that an ocean of shipping, of fishing, and also a boundary. But today, oceans are digital, connected, and critical to global security. So our legal tools remain largely territorial, while the infrastructure they must protect are transnational and network. So obviously, no clear rule define who investigate when a cable is cut in overlapping EEZ. Also, no agreed mechanism compel cooperation when the first state stays silent. So we can say that we have entered an era where technology dives deeper than the law itself. The question is why it matters to the South China Sea. Well, I think that the Eagle X case may have happened in the Baltics, but its implication resonates strongly in South China Sea, because this is one of the world most cable dense and energy connected region. More than 20 major data cable and multiple gas pipeline cross its seabed, linking Singapore, China, Vietnam, Malaysia. And but actually the lifeline run through overlapping EEZs in water already checked with competing claim and strategic sensitivity. Under the logics of ego adjustment, we can see that no coastal state prosecute unless the first state choose to act. So the lesson here for South China Sea is quite clear that the South China Sea holds all the variability of the Baltic, but the multiple by density, by geopolitics, and also silent. So here I mentioned some legal and policy pathway forward. I have 3 observations here. The first one, the law must be interpreted diametrically. It means that when the reckless acts in the EEZ cause serious harm, the objective territoriality and protective principle, which is already recognized in international law, should allow the affected state to act. The second point here, we need regional mechanisms. So I propose ASEAN and China could jointly develop maybe a code of conduct on submarine cable protection that based on the cost for unplanned encounter at sea in 2014, and also the joint investigation mechanism could be established here. The third point that we must include industry and technology, telecom, energy operator are not bystander. They are stakeholder in security. And my last point here that I think the protection of submarine cable infrastructure is not about sovereignty, it's about shared responsibility. And in the term, I think both China and ASEAN have vital and complementary role. So China, as a major maritime and technology powers, can lead through transparency, data sharing, also technical cooperation, embedded submarine infrastructure protection with it, Blue Partnership and Maritime Silk Road Initiative, and at the same time, ASEAN, with its culture of dialogue and consensus, we can anchor the cooperation in regional norm. And the last point I would like to say that actually we now stand between 2 tides. The first one is carrying the legacy of UNCLOS in 1982, and another carrying the digital interconnected ocean of today. So our task today is not true between them, actually it's bridge them to law to protect, cooperation to induce, and responsibility that we share. So thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kwong, for highlighting something missing in the ocean governance and also in the South China Sea. We will directly go straight to the next presenter, Dr. Yan Yan from the National Institute of South China Sea Studies. She will be addressing to maritime security. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad that I have a chance again to speak on this very important forum. And well, today I want to talk about a very traditional issue of the navigation in the South China Sea, because although it's a very traditional issue, but it's still of great concern of the global society. And also, yes, if you, next, how should I? Anybody will help turn the page, or I can do it myself by this one? Next, yes. Okay, and talking about the navigation of freedom of navigation and safety of navigation in the South China Sea, if you ask ChatGPT, it will give you a list of answers. On top of these answers, the maritime dispute, territorial dispute and maritime jurisdictional dispute is the top reason that people, ChatGPT, think is the pose the highest threat to the navigation in the South China Sea. And also, if we look at this, media, or especially the social media, what people were talking about this. Next page, please. People will talk a lot about what the claim is. Press again, another button, please. Yes, Thank you. People talk a lot about the South China Sea disputes and what the claimants have been doing, and whether our activities have impeded the safety of navigation in the region. And are these widespreading, especially China, and are these widespreading narrative and impression? Okay, thank you. Are this narrative, widespreading narrative and impression of the South China Sea navigation real and true? Well, today I wanted to discuss with you on these issues. When we talk about the South China Sea, it is one of the busiest shipping lane in the whole world, and the most open sea in this whole world. And every year, millions of vessels and millions of aircrafts of various types, including civilian ones, commercial ones, and all those military ones, are all operating in the South China Sea. And tens and thousands of ship days and tens and thousands of aircraft, sorted of warships and military aircrafts, both from regional and extra-regional countries. And when I discuss and have conversation with my Southeast Asian friends, we always keep an eye on, look at this other parts of the world other than the South China Sea, especially the Strait of Hormuz and also the Red Sea, because in other parts of the world, we do see cases of violating of the current rules and laws of the law of the sea. Well, the previous speakers, Harrison, said that in terms of sea lane issue characteristic, law is relatively well established in this in terms of navigation and the sea lanes. Well, I quite agree with Harrison's point, and also he says that the violation of this kind of rules are pretty much unlikely. I think this is only the case in China's surrounding waters in East China Sea and South China Sea. But in other parts of the world, I see violations are very frequently to be seen. Like, for example, the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz are two of the world's most critical maritime choke points, and especially for global energy and trade flows. And the Red Sea, before the Houthi attacks began in late 2023, the Suez Canal typically averaged between 72 and 75 vessel transits per day. So today I wanted to have this comparative analysis to compare the Red Sea, the Strait of Hormuz, and the South China Sea to see what the challenges to the freedom of navigation and safety of navigation is. Well, in terms of the Red Sea and Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, I'm sorry, approximately in the Strait of Hormuz, about nearly 30% of the world's seaborne trade oil pass through the strait every day, and roughly 1/5 of the world's LNG trade transit this waterway, especially and mostly from Qatar. And on average, more than 3,000 vessels transit the Strait of Hormuz each month. In terms of the Red Sea, before the Houthi attacks began in late 2023, the Suez Canal typically averaged between 72 and 75 vessel transits per day, and sometimes reaching a record of 90 vessels in a single day. In terms of the South China Sea, in the year 2023, a total of 1.6 million vessels passing through, and including the civilian vessels and also military vessels. In terms of military vessels, there are 16 countries conducting more than 400 military warships in the South China Sea operating here. Some are just passing by, and some conducted military activities and joint exercises with the neighboring states in the South China Sea. And mostly the United States, but also we see other countries like Australia, like the European countries, and also Japan conducting military activities in this region. If you ask ChatGPT to ask it to give you an answer or example of commercial shipping or military exercises being interrupted or impeded by claimant states, well, you can find zero, nothing. So therefore, my point is that even though we see the dispute in this region, I cannot deny that there are disputes of competing maritime jurisdiction between the claimant states, but none of these competing activities impeded the commercial shipping and military activities in this region. And this is the fact and the truth. If we look at this, the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz, the primary security challenges stems from primarily the Israel-Hamas war and border US-Iran tensions, which have led to targeted attacks on commercial shipping. and also constant threat of military escalation. Since 2023 November, we see that the Houthis have conducted over 100 attacks targeting commercial ships, and also these attacks using anti-ship missiles, drones, and even piracy attempts, and have sunk like at least 4 commercial vessels, and also conducted. The United States also conducted numerous retaliatory air strikes and military operations, and these are the real threats in other parts of the world and maritime threats. And in terms of the South China Sea, I think the real threat to navigation, and especially the safety of navigation, is actually piracy and very and petty threats in the South China Sea. Well, mostly it occurs in the southern region, and most frequently seen in the Malacca Straits. Well, this is the number comes from the report of the recap. Well, every day annually, there are about last year there are about more than 60 armed robbery and piracy in the Malacca Straits, and also some in the Sulu Sea. So finally, I think that I want also to echo the previous speaker of his statement that the regional states, there is a shared responsibility to safeguard freedom of navigation and also safety of navigation in the South China Sea. And we do see that there are practice of the neighboring countries that we work together to help safeguard this the freedom. Well, the recap from 2006, it's almost like 20 years. And also we have conducted SAR joint exercises and also anti-piracy exercises, both bilaterally and unilaterally, and also multilaterally. So there are so many practices in this world that we can show to the other parts of the world that what we have been doing in the past years to guarantee the navigation in this region. So this is what I want to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Yan Yan. So you have heard speakers addressing two significant points. One is a sea lane of communication. The other dimension is undersea cable. From now, we will be moving into another different topic, more like drones, and we will invite Professor Liu Dan to address more international legal perspective, and then we will move for another typhoon studies. So Professor Liu Dan, take the floor, please.
Good morning. 首先呢，这里 Okay. Here to the host and organizer of this symposium, especially to Dr. Wu Shicun. I'd like to give my thanks to you, although I've been engaged and participated into a lot of conference, but this is the first time I've been engaged in the conference in Sanya, and my PowerPoint is prepared in English, so I'd like to present my speech in English. And the topic is about the challenges of the unmanned surface vessels. And we know that we have a choke point, and that is connected with the maritime safety. So I'd like to touch upon application and the classification of unmanned surface vehicles. A second will be the challenge, and then third one will be the regulation under international law as well as limitation. Last part will be IMO mass code and the future perspective. Number one, here's the types and classification of unmanned ships or vessels. So the concept of the manned ships and vessels is inside the a general concept of unmanned maritime systems. So in one of the books I wrote and published in 2020, I gave a definition, a concept of the UMS, and USV has been included within the UMS. So generally, the USV has been included and could be classified into several categories. For example, by the usage of unmanned surface vehicles, it could be commercial use, could be put into application commercial use, marine scientific research, the second kind of application. And third one will be military or governmental use for non-commercial purposes. Then what about the application? Well, generally, most probably would be used for commercial use.
Now I have to mention a little bit about the first autonomous ships in Norway, Buckland. And then in China, gradually, you will see some of those sea test field has been put into place, including here in Hainan. And recently, for the past years, we found some of the legislative process in the IMO. And right now there is a working group working on the draft articles on the draft of the mass code. And for some marine scientific research, not to mention some of the Chinese applications, for example, Zhuhaiyun, operated by one of the laboratories in Guangdong, Zhuhai. And then not to mention another one is the Tongji University, they named entitled Tongji University, that is a fully autonomous marine research vessel. Then what about the application or the classification? Here are some of the examples for the Chinese and of course the UK and the US USVs for test. This is a Zhuhaiyun for the left side for test or for sea test. Now, what about the challenges? So in terms of the maritime security, it could be classified into traditional or non-traditional threat. So for the left side, you will see some of those challenges, including sea land passage, could face with the different challenges of the application of the USV. On the right side would be some of, as we call the four dimensions. So some of this could be challenged by the implication of USVs, but I'll skip this part. For the previous one, you will see some of those USVs has been provided by the US to the Philippines Coast Guard recently. And the third, what about regulation? As an international lawyer, usually we classify time in peace and time in war. So I just focus on time in peace. Some of the basic questions, for example, basic issues such as legal status of USV or the legal status of USV operators needs to be called attention. Second will be the immunity issues. Last one will be obligations and rights of the USV. I'll just skip this part. So generally speaking, IMO provides the four levels, but we will see only degree 4. Only these degrees, we will see there's no man or could be controlled by the remote controllers or remote centers. Now, what about international law? For international, there's no concrete definition provided as to what constitutes a vessel or what constitutes ships under law of the convention. And even for the military use, let's have a look at Article 29 as to the four definitions, the four criteria for the USV. There's no concrete definition that could be put into place for the USVs. The practice of leading countries, let's give you some example for UK. After the hearing by the Congress, UK provides some kind of the immunity registration for the USVs. For United States, we will see the handbook at some special circumstances provide warship status for USV. What about China? There is some recent legislation process, including maritime traffic safety law, and maritime, and of course the Coast Guard law, and most recently the draft amendment to the Maritime Code. But the conclusion here is, well, we know state practice could be could give some lessons for the involvement of international law, but right now we cannot see a clear indication. For example, here China legal status USV under Chinese law is not yet clear right now. Maybe that's because of the legal legislative process of the IM of the mass code. So now another one is immunity issue. So the subject of immunity on the Lauderdale Convention provides some subjects, such as warships, naval auxiliary ships, or government ships, or aircraft for non-commercial use. But from my observation, we see the immunity of the USV under Lauderdale Convention is limited rather than absolute. So let's have a regulatory scoping the Lauderdale Convention. We will find most of the articles regarding navigation rights and regulations, jurisdictions facing challenges by the application of the USVs. A number of these provisions have been carefully examined right at this moment by the United Nations. Probably we need to wait for the legislation of the IMO, including IMO mass code. So there are some other IMO code as we hear here. That's the framework provided IMO. So we were expecting the basic framework of the mass code. On the same time, there could be some potential spillover effect on the mass code, even if it's for the commercial use. There could be some spillover effect on the military use of the USVs. Unfortunately, most of the guidelines are soft law. We still call it soft law, international humanitarian law. So there's a lesson we could be learned recently in the battlefield of Ukraine, especially what if the combat robot dog captured the whole team? What will happen? And international humanitarian law still keeps silent on this respect. So let me make the conclusion. So the codification of international rules for mass code for commercial USV will directly promote the codification of soft law rules. Second, evolution of commercial application of USV leads to the revolution of the known issues in international law, while the unknown issues are still waiting for the future legislation. Last one, the dialogue and the soft law will help meet the challenges that the application of USV in ocean pose to maritime security in the future. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liu Dan. Really, from her presentation, high tech already being brought into the picture related to transportation and how exactly we are going to regulate this. So interesting. Let's now quickly move to Dr. Chen Guomin for another set of scientific issue. Please.
Today, it is my great pleasure to talk with you about tropical cyclone multi-hazard early warning intellect agent, MAZU TC. So I will talk about three things. And first, I'd like to talk about motivation of MAZU TC. It was developed by the China Meteorology Administration. It is one of our research outcomes. And globally speaking, when it comes to cyclones, due to the effects of climate change, this issue has become more serious. Then how should we scientifically respond to this issue and build up our capacity? Our bureau leadership put forward the MAZU TC. MAZU actually was a goddess in ancient coastal China, expressing the hope that fishermen would enjoy peace and security when they are on the sea. So we hope that we also pin similar hopes on MAZU TC. We want to have more international cooperation, and this is available to all people and professionals interested in it. So from typhoon prediction, assessment, and advices, we need to provide comprehensive services for them. For the MAZU TC, it has 4 components. First is the information sharing about typhoon, including not only the current typhoon, but also cyclone typhoon. And second, and empowered by artificial intelligence, we can have weather forecasting. And the third, we can have assessment of the disaster. The fourth and the last, but not the least, is an AI platform for our research personnel. So far, we have a portal website and internet about this. And so far, 79 countries have got the data we used. At the same time, we also have a global stone hub to showcase our products as well as our capacity. The second thing I wish to talk about is that it took us 20 years to build an AI model, and we started with AI model, and now it has become an AI empowered model. So compare with its contemporaries, I mean, other meteorological forecasting system, the capacity of our system has substantially improved, and now it leads the world very soon. And we have also find alignment of data from the United States and Europe. So with the support of such AI tools, and we can have a road. So this shows the AI-powered monitoring and forecasting analysis. So on the left is the real graphic of typhoon, and on the right is a man-made picture, very similar to the original one. At the same time, we have resolved the issue that AI often underestimates the intensity of typhoon cyclones. And moreover, we also have a real-time warning on ships and its location and its pathway. And supported by our satellites, we have developed detailed great box maps for us. And we can also see the distribution of rain, snow, and other weather events. We are also committed to analyzing the causes behind typhoon. And you know that typhoon has also diminishing or marginal return. So for Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam, we have been working together with experts from these three countries on this issue. So next, we'd like to talk about what we should do. It's not just about all the countries affected by typhoon, so that we can have a good or improve our analysis. At the same time, we also have an AI agent, so that we can resolve the black box issue of AI, so that scientists can make predictions. At the same time, we have the different forecasting capacities, so that scientists can make a better analysis of their decision and what we should do. And the Mazu TC is also an international platform. It is open sourced. It is available publicly to the general public. At the same time, for all those data, we can also share them. Last but not least, there are a number of tools. These tools will not replace the current scientists and the engineers, and they will help us conduct analysis. It is powered by AI, but we don't want to see it replace human beings. Last but not least, I like to talk about tropical cyclone multi-hazard early warning intelligence agent, because disasters know no borders. So our system, Mazu TC, cannot be independently developed by one country. We want to have international regulation for data, for computing power, as well as science talents. They have made their contribution. It is often said that if one person, then he or she can do fast. But for two people, they can turn their task into a long-term project. So this idea, this features solidarity and collaboration for our effort to build firewalls against natural disasters. Thank you.
Interesting and really knowledgeable research. Before we open up the floor, I think we have heard, fortunately, altogether 7 wonderful presentations addressing to a few questions. What I will be doing in the next 11, 12 minutes for Q&A, I will be encouraging all questions, all comments addressing to a few points. basically related to the presentation. As you can tell, undersea cable was not really regulated by UNCLOS, which was regulated in 1982, signed. During the time, technology level was not really clear. So much of this development came after 2010 or even earlier. So talking about the latest technology, moving into probably next stage, AI implementing into relevant mechanism. So this is a first point. Second one, everyone, especially in the presentation, highlight we are lacking appropriate legal mechanism on different level, global level, regional level, and even on national level, seriously lacking. And also talking about surrounding South China Sea, there is another difficulty, technology gap. So on this particular part, we have listened to some of very good presentation analysis since yesterday. Probably with this much more advanced technology, scientific research, these should be shared closely with regional partners. So finally, we also show not just a technology, but also scientific research strength. There is also a clear gap among the region here surrounding the South China Sea. So we definitely learn China and other partners, if their technology are considered much more advanced, this would be the part sharing with regional partners. Probably we can cultivate useful mechanism starting from here, leaving the side of political dispute, territorial dispute. So with these few points, I want to once again thank our presenters, including Harrison, preparing, taking some questions. So we still have roughly 10 minutes. I will encourage all of you to raise a hand and also make the straight point. Christine, please.
Thank you. I have one question for Professor Chang Xinjun. And I largely agree with your analysis on the limits of coastal state jurisdiction over incidents. I would say this does not result in a lawless sea, because there is a flag state, and the flag state has a responsibility to ensure the relevant laws are complied with by the ship. So in two incidents, in the New Polar Bear and the Yiping, the flag state was Hong Kong or China. So, and I followed from your presentation that actually the courts in Hong Kong took their responsibility as flag state seriously. So they started an investigation. Now my question is there already a result of the investigation, or did the court already come to a judgment? Thank you.
Any further question or comments? If not, please respond.
Thank you very much for a question. So far as I know, the proceedings has been initiated already, and the master, is a Chinese national, is put into the custody. But I think the proceeding is still ongoing. The next hearing would be held probably these days in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you. We go into the second round. Any questions or comments? Okay. Actually, I have prepared a statement if no questions, but seriously, I can. Oh, yes. Or maybe if you find something relevant to your presentation, if you'd like to raise, please do so. Xinjun, please go first.
I have a comment to Harrison's presentation, especially over the two straits, the Tokala Strait and Taiwan Strait. They are somehow different. Tokala Strait, I think you're right that you pointed out the Japanese position that is not a strait used for international navigation, but that position is totally ridiculous if we read this case, Gulf Channel case. And this is extremely opposite to the position of the United States on the criteria of the strait used for international navigation. So this is one comment. And the other is on the so-called Article 33 strait, the strait used for international navigation, but still keep a non-territorial slave, a non-territorial corridor. In this case, this is the Taiwan Strait. There is indeed a easy corridor. But I don't think that, because in that kind of strait, the transit passage regime does not apply. A kind of freedom of navigation can be exercised by the other states passing the strait. But still, we need to keep in mind that when the other states exercising such kind of freedom, it must still have the obligation to pay due regard to the coastal states. So the obligation of due regards is a little bit complicated to apply on site, but we need to take the circumstances in each and every case.
Thank you. Harrison, Xinjun already provided a legal discussion on your specific point. You don't have to go through legal perspective, but I know you will be addressing more on geopolitical dimension. Would you like to respond at this point?
Sure. And so the United States would allow for navigation. And that's always the problem. So
Thank you. It shows that currently US and China on certain things do not have a common interpretation on the international issue as well as the international legal issue. Let me ask our panelists whether you have any questions to each others or any specific comment you want to make. Yes, Professor Liu, please.
Actually, I haven't followed submarine cables and pipeline for a while. But I wrote an article last year on Global Times. So I'm kind of wondering, because it seems that most of the legal scholars focus on the cases and the incident. But it seems that none of them or most of them seems to forget the Nord Stream #2 in Europe, because it's triggered various actions and various attitudes in European countries. The point is, from the legal perspective, it seems like some of the suspects has been arrested in Poland, or I forgot which countries, but right now it seems there is no way to extradite the suspect. So again, it was within the domestic jurisdiction. So I'm kind of wondering any comments from the presenters.
Thank you. Actually, we have only a couple minutes left. For this particular panel, I actually brought in two most updated regional information to share with everyone. The first one is from Council for Security Cooperation in the Asia Pacific, the Track 2 mechanism called CSCAP. SGMCOG currently run undersea cable study group starting last year. And the latest one just went through in Vietnam last month. And I think the focal point of the discussion is undersea cable or undersea infrastructure becomes so critically important for countries and regions to maintain, sustain their economic development as well as daily communication. So this has been emphasized by regional security mechanism to consider to be brought up into regional level. The second information quickly shared, the late 2 weeks ago, there was a workshop in Singapore addressing to undersea cable more from a business perspective. It says important part is two specific conclusion. Number one is the entire region. We are not talking about far away in Europe, Middle East, and others, but it is in the Indo-Pacific region, in the South China Sea, a regional mechanism protecting, regulating undersea cable is desperately needed. So this is the first conclusion. The second one is a new undersea cable route. As a result of these geopolitical tensions happening in the region, it makes these construction much harder. Traditionally, they will just follow the sea lane of communication, deploy undersea cable under the seabed. But currently, as a result of this geopolitical tension, they are going around much further away from the main road. So this is a new trend. Business community trying to sail out of this geopolitical tension in order to be cut off, preventing such a risk. So these are something out of these discussion, but I want to take a few points from our panelist colleagues addressing to the high tech currently. I'm thinking when this presentation goes through early on, addressing to technology gap in the region. And we heard last panel in particular, Chinese institution have already conducted a very solid scientific survey into the South China Sea. Actually, for countries surrounding the South China Sea, many of them do not really know exactly what happened on the real ground. And that may be the part I do think that China can share. And so one dimension is a scientific survey, the data, probably scientists can build this region-wide scientific mechanism. The other dimension is to bring in technology, helping all members in the region working together. Even if currently there would be some political dispute, different opinion, but let's start with this functional cooperation, leaving aside of political differences. Perhaps for all of us sitting together, that may be a good part to start with. So year after year, we sit here working on ocean governance and trying to facilitate maritime cooperation. Perhaps at least what I learned from our panelists, I feel very constructive. Perhaps let me use this particular point as a good takeaway for everyone. Finishing up this panel's discussion, you will learn and feel something worthwhile to take on. So with this, let me invite a round of good applause to thank our presenters giving such a wonderful presentation. Thank you. The session is adjourned from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Liu, and thank all the speakers. Let's take a group photo. 请我们的摄影师对这一题的嘉宾一起合影留念。好，同时也感谢现场所有的参会代表，谢谢你们的聆听。Thank you for your time and thank you for your listening for the session. That's all for this afternoon. That's all for this morning, and for the afternoon session, it will start at 2 p.m. I see you soon.
Maritime Academy, the research center for marine
any kind of crimes at sea.
Foundation. The National Institute
Cheryl, are you online?
Huayan Center for Maritime Cooperation.
Hello, Cheryl. Yes, yes. Before we start, would you like to try to share your screen? Okay. Yes. Yes, no problem. Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, so maybe we will try to start on time. If not, please wait for just a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, see you later.
The ocean nurtures civilizations and connect the world. It is a home on which mankind relies for survival and the treasure house for sustainable development. However, human society is experiencing an unprecedented ocean crisis with increasingly serious problems such as rising sea levels, overexploitation of maritime resources, as well as more prominent traditional and non-traditionals. Since 2020, China's Southeast Asia Research Center on South China Sea, China Oceanic Development Foundation, the National Institute for South China Sea Studies, and Huayan Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance co-sponsored a Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance, an international academic platform to focus on global ocean issues, discuss ocean governance, and promote maritime cooperation.
中方倡导的构建海洋命运共同体理念和共商共建共享的全球海洋治理观，符合人类社会发展的历史潮流。百川归海而海不盈，中方愿意同国际社会携手并进，砥砺前行，将海洋建设成世界各国共享的和平安宁之海、繁荣发展之海、文明交融之海。
In the management of disputes between a large countries such as China and much smaller countries, I think the best approach is for China to think of itself as a senior uncle to many nephews in the family. Both uncle and nephews have the responsibility to work for the common good of the family.
我们致力于加强国际合作，希望通过多边合作、法律框架、科学研究、能力建设等多种方式，推动海洋可持续发展，为全球海洋治理做出重要贡献。
Over the past 5 years, SGMCOG invited more than 4,000 experts, academics, former political leaders, representatives of international organizations, and officials from maritime departments from over 30 countries to have in-depth discussion on topics such as building mutual trust in maritime security, climate change, biodiversity conservation and sustainable use, BBNJ, rules and order in the South China Sea, polar governance and practice, blue partnership and sustainable development of the ocean.
作为负责任的海洋大国，中国率先践行海洋命运共同体理念，一步一个脚印，扎实推进建设海洋家园，努力将美好的愿景变为现实。
中国坚持开放包容、共商共建、平等互利、合作共赢的海洋国际合作和治理理念，持续拓展双边合作，在共建“一带一路”框架下，提出了蓝色伙伴关系原则、蓝色合作倡议等， 引发多国共鸣。
At GMCOG, participants put forward invaluable recommendations.
开展全球性和区域性的海洋领域合作，是一项功在当代、利在千秋的全人类共同事业。要强调以联合国为中心的多边组，在这个框架之下，还要突出大国合作。
We'd better practice inclusive rather than exclusive multilateralism, targeted at specific issues rather than countries. In the context of the entrenched bilateral competition between China and the United States, it is essential for both nations to seriously contemplate and address how to foster global cooperation in ocean governance and collaboration. Carry out cooperation projects on seabed minerals, oil and gas, shipping lanes, plastic pollution, and other areas. Especially, we need to build a framework for cooperation for developing countries. Especially like around the Spratly features, the drilling for oil and gas is not a good idea, and there are just some of the problems that happen.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议将于5分钟之后开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly in 5 minutes. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would also like to remind you to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
We should focus on the South China Sea, as it is an important link between more than 10 countries, rich in oil, gas, and fishery resources, and strategically important. Littoral states of the South China Sea need to build mutual trust in the region by strengthening bilateral and multilateral cooperation. Marine spatial planning serves as a vital framework for coordinating the protection of marine ecosystems, promoting the sustainable development and reutilization of marine resources, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of the marine economy. Reach a common declaration to meet the needs of all parties. Within the South China Sea, into a sea of peace, international cooperation and development is a necessity for all, given the fact that any disruptions that can be caused by military confrontation and conflicts that can be spiraled out into a large scale. Building networks comprising different ABMTs and the development of coordination measures at regional and multilateral levels, covering large parts of the ocean. PCFA supports implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative to promote cooperation in global ocean governance. We should take the experience of polar governance and learn from the practice of Canada and the United States in setting aside differences and jointly resolve the question on the legal status of the Northwest Passage. Participating experts and academics offer their insights and views, not only presenting a bird's eye view of global ocean governance, but also showcasing diverse concepts and different cultures of ocean governance. We will make persistent and unremitting efforts to expand exchanges and forge consensus through the platform GMCOG. On December 10th, 2025, the 6th Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance will be held in Sanya, China, when experts, academics, and professionals from all parts of the world and all walks of life will come and make their contribution to promote global maritime cooperation and ocean governance for the benefit of people around the world.
Sanya, the southern gateway of China to the South China Sea, October 2022. A new think tank dedicated to maritime affairs and international policy set sail. The Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance. Led by Dr. Wu Shicun, a pioneer with over 3 decades of experience in South China Sea studies, we bring together a team of international and interdisciplinary experts committed to promoting the peaceful use and sustainable development of the ocean. We are charting a new course for Chinese think tank, with 4 offices across the country, in Sanya and Haikou of Hainan Province, Yancheng of Jiangsu Province, and Beijing, the capital of China. We focus on maritime affairs, both within China and around the world. We aim to promote sustainable ocean development and governance, maintain lasting peace in the South China Sea, and facilitate better international maritime cooperation and public diplomacy. Huayang serves as a bridge between government and academia. Here, we conduct multidisciplinary research, policy analysis, advanced training, international exchanges, and consulting services for maritime institutions and enterprises. Since Huayang was established in 2022, we have launched a series of flagship events, from the Symposium on Global Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance and the Boao Forum for Asia South China Sea Subforum, to the Symposium on...
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back and hope you enjoy the lunch. Now, at last but not least, we have the session 7 here, Global Ocean Governance Models Ways. Now, may I have the honor to invite all the panelists to come to the stage? Please.
I found many of them are particularly, helpful and enlightening. Many of very good recommendations for future maritime cooperation and global ocean governance. Now, for us, for this session, we are looking at the future. We will answer 2 questions. One is, what kind of global ocean governance we are pursuing? At least, what elements should be there? The second is the way forward, how to achieve that goal. With this, let's just move on to our discussion. The first speaker is Professor Shi Yubin. Professor Shi is Vice Dean of Guanghua Law School of Zhejiang University. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank Dr. Wu Sichun for inviting me to participate in this important event. Today, I would like to talk about the relationship between BBNJ agreement and other legal instruments, frameworks, and bodies. As we know, BBNJ agreement will enter into force next month, and China has already ratified this agreement. So at this stage, it's important to discuss about the implementation issues. And as we know, it's a common practice for treaties to regulate the relationship between the treaty and other legal instruments into the treaty. However, it is very controversial in the BBNJ agreement regarding in terms of this relationship issue. Also, its subsequent practice seems a bit different. For example, now as we know, there are some discussions within International Civil Authority when they discuss about the draft regulation on exploitation of mineral resources. Some delegations put forward a proposal that they should treat the rules and standards in BBNJ agreement as a minimum standard. So this involves the proper interpretation of the relationship between BBNJ agreement and ISA and other IFBs. So like address this issue. In other words, how should we interpret there was a UNGA resolution on paragraph of the paragraph 3 of the resolution. It provides that recognize that the process here, the process means the negotiation process on BBNJ agreement should not undermine existing relevant legal instruments and frameworks and relevant global, regional, and sectoral bodies. There is a word existing here. Why I mention this because this word will be deleted in subsequent legal documents. Then 2 years later, in 2017, another UNGA resolution was released. At paragraphs 6 and 7, there was some
a bit different statements. For example, paragraph 6, for the first time, emphasize that the work and the result of the conference, that means BBNJ agreement, should be fully consistent with the provisions of UNCLOS, and also recognize that the process and its result should not undermine existing relevant IFBs. So existing also here. Then in 2017, for the revised zero draft of the BBNJ agreement, there are some slightly different expressions. For example, in Article 4, it says agreement shall be interpreted that should be applied in a manner that respect the competence of. So the term respect the competence of is expressed for the first time here, and does not undermine relevant legal instrument, IFBs. Here, it only use relevant. The word existing was deleted. Okay. In draft Article 48, there are also some slightly different expressions on the relationship issue. And then we can look at the final text of the BBNJ agreement. So mainly, because when we say the relationship issue, we can find those provisions from two parts. One is the general section, or we can say it's cross-cutting section. So mainly, we can find Article 5 is most relevant provision. And then the other is about in specific parts, for example, MGR, marine genetic resources, ABMT, including MPA, and EI, there are also some relevant provisions. But since the Article 5 is most relevant, so I will spend some time on how to interpret Article 5. So Article 5, the first paragraph of Article 5 mainly emphasizes that the BBNJ agreement should be consistent with the UNCLOS. Paragraph 2 of this article is quite controversial because the wording has been debated for many times. For example, this paragraph says this agreement shall be interpreted and applied in a manner that does not undermine relevant legal instruments and frameworks and relevant global, regional, sub-regional, and sector bodies. This is first half of this paragraph. Actually, during the negotiation of the agreement, some states, for example, Argentina, the CLAM, the South African groups, they insisted that a term respect the competence of should be inserted here in the first part of paragraph 2. But this was strongly opposed by EU. And the EU suggested to add the second part of the paragraph 2, and it was there finally. So the second part is that to also that promote coherence and coordination with those instruments, frameworks, and bodies. So from paragraph 2 of Article 5, we can see that there are two elements. Actually, for the two elements, they have different emphasis. So the first part emphasize should not undermine. BBNJ should not undermine other IFBs. But the second half of the paragraph emphasize cooperation and coordination. But how to cooperate? Which should dominate this region? BBNJ Secretariat or BBNJ COP or BBNJ DB? It's unclear. So still there are many vague interpretation on this paragraph. The third paragraph is about the illegal status of non-parties to the convention. This paragraph was strongly suggested by some non-parties to UNCLOS, such as Turkey, but of course also strongly opposed by EU. But finally, as a compromise, this paragraph was there. So there are 3 paragraphs in Article 5, but Article 2 is the most important. And this year, in August, because now we have a pre-con negotiation, we mainly discussed how to draft rule procedure for the COP and for the 5 subsidiary bodies. So during this call, the co-chairs of the pre-con and underscored the importance of cooperation between BBNJ agreement and other IFBs. But the co-chairs did not mention the term not undermine. Okay, so this has been being opposed by some states. And the coaches promised that they will release a draft recommendation or guideline, something on the relationship issue before next March. However, it's also controversial how to draft, what kind of resolution should reach the consensus by all states. Okay, now how to interpret and apply Article 5. So there are several important elements. First, what is the meaning of not undermine? If we look at Article 5, the paragraph 2, so not undermine is followed by two things. One is the IF, that's legal instruments and frameworks. Other thing is followed by body. So based on depending on different the nature of different things, so we believe. Personally, I think that not undermine should be interpreted as meaning not weaken or reduce the effectiveness or objective or relevant IF, and should respect and complement the mandates and competence of relevant bodies. And how to interpret relevant body? When we say relevant, I think there are two elements that is important. One is subject matter, whether subject matter is relevant. The other is regulatory scope, whether they are relevant. So the body, regarding the body, it does not emphasize it has to be government body. It can be any organization. So from this previous discussion, we can say when we discuss about the relationship between BBNJ and IFBs, there can be conflicts or there can be complementary. For when we say there are conflicts, sometimes there might be unavoidable conflict if the BBNJ agreement and other relevant IFB or body, if the regulatory scope is overlapping, or at the same time, there are different obligations for states. In this case, it will be unavoidable conflict. Sometimes, if the subject matter is relevant, but the scope might be adjustable. So this is so-called potential conflict. It can be a conflict can be avoided. Okay, and so of course, there's other scenarios where we may have a complementary relationship between BBNJ agreement and other IFBs. So, but the main challenge is that we need a rule of procedure in the BBNJ agreement, because now there is no rule of procedure in the BBNJ agreement. So that's why we need such rule of procedure in the COP rule of procedure. So it's important. That's also the main task for all delegations to negotiate at the next March's PRICOM 3. Actually, the previous analysis can also be underpinned by the newly published book, BBNJ commentary. So it also says that there's a crucial need to strike a balance between the two aspects, or actually I mentioned the two elements, in order to ensure that the agreement can fulfill its goal. Okay. Finally, I can reach a preliminary conclusion that the two elements that we can draw from paragraph 2 of Article 5 is very important. They are equally important. And rules of standards on the BBNJ agreement should not be treated as minimum standards of relevant IFBs. For example, in terms of the relationship between BBNJ agreement and ISA, they are equal. Okay, we cannot say BBNJ agreement is higher and the ISA regulation on exploitation of mineral resources is lower. That's the wrong interpretation. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Before I heard your speech, I'm a little bit optimistic about the United Nations lawmaking process. But now my feeling is that how difficult for establish the global ocean governance, which we need to solve all those duplications, all those potential conflicts, and to strengthen each other among those agreements, not undermine each other. I'm eager to ask questions, but before that, let's move to our second speaker, Ms. Cheryl Rita How online. Please.
In person this year, but nevertheless, it's my pleasure to share with you the presentation on with the focus on the Straits of Malacca. It's a little bit different, but in the context of global ocean governance. And we have seen always that even I've spoken before on ocean governance, blue economy, and South China Sea at this forum, but I'm taking a different approach slightly this year and try to speak a little bit more on the Straits of Malacca in terms of shipping and economic and trade in that sense. It is an important water body, as we all know. It connects the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, and perhaps sometimes we don't speak enough of this particular water body. So allow me to share with you some points on this particular title. If we try to emphasize on shipping and economic development and trade worldwide, there would be some interesting developments that we can share. For instance, based on the review of term transport this year, it says this sector has been quite turbulent in the sense that if we look at the importance of the region, in this case, Asia has strengthened its position in terms of maritime trade and ports and services that is offered to the extent of almost 50% of the global maritime trade volumes. But nevertheless, it has been emphasized that there is a need to continue efforts to continue to emphasize actions and sound policymaking to keep trade flowing despite to all the disturbance or the challenges that the sector is facing at the moment. One of the most spoken about areas would be the impact from the new trade tariff from US and how this is impacting the transport and maritime trade sector in that sense. The other development would be in terms of maritime energy trade patterns, which are also shifting. I believe the previous sessions did mention about alternative fuels and geopolitical issue and how that is impacting energy trade in that sense. Besides that, when it comes to shipping and international development in terms of governance of this particular sector, we all know the important challenge that the sector is facing now is to move closer to the global climate rules, which is the IMO Net Zero framework by 2050. And for that, there are many requirements in terms of port performance that would be required to be put into place, as well as how port infrastructure and services has to be upgraded to meet the transition that will be required. For instance, for now, we can see that the data shows at least 200 ports worldwide up to just 2024 are already offering LNG bunkering services and so on. And there are more discussions in place, including in Malaysia. But nevertheless, this is something that's very much still in progress, and it requires a lot more attention to ensure global shipping and trade is sustainable. Besides that, there are also many developments in the sense of technological development, environmental requirements, and accompanied by the geopolitical shifts that are happening in many of the regions around us that would require how maritime transport would operate in the time to come. So in that sense, fleet modernization, ship recycling practices, as well as global rules concerning the International Maritime Organization on related areas such as greenhouse gas emissions, upgrading of labor, human resource, and so on would be and are already among the focus attention areas in this particular sector. Now, I've framed that in the sense to focus more on the Straits of Malacca in this instance, where we know that this particular straits for international navigation connects the east and west in terms of trade, transport, and so on. But at the same time, perhaps not much is spoken about how rich the biological diversity is in this particular area, how this straits is contributing towards socioeconomic and environmental contributions or benefits to the littoral states, which would be definitely Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore in that sense. It is also an important area for fisheries, and it basically borders areas of extensive human activities. So you can see that there is a complex set of activities in the maritime realm that is taking place in the Straits of Malacca, and how the littoral states, particularly in cooperation with the user states, needs to focus more on trying to balance this particular waterway and ensure sustainability in the time to come. Now, if I can show you some figures, usually whenever we speak about Straits of Malacca, the figures shown focuses more on the number of ships, the type of services ports provides, and the type of ships that are passing by and so on. But we have to also consider that this particular area is also very rich in terms of coastal ecosystems like mangroves, especially in the coastlines of Indonesia and Malaysia. Coral reefs are found in this particular water body, as well as seagrasses in some places. At the same time, these coastal ecosystems contribute to fishery nursery areas and so on. Hence, fisheries landings are quite significant as well from the Straits of Malacca. In terms of, if we try to put figures in the sense of economic value, you can see that this was the, I call it the traditional information that we've got, the very first collaboration between the GAF, UNDP, and IMO many years ago to try to put figures on these particular coastal ecosystems and so on in the Straits of Malacca. And it's quite significant. And if we try to update this information currently, I think it's even more significant in terms of economic values that we will be able to see. Especially in the sense that we are talking a lot more about blue economy development and so on. So this makes it even more important. Another area that I would like to highlight in the sense of, when we talk about global governance and so on, is one area that we don't speak enough sometimes. If we look at Aichi biodiversity target under the Convention on Biological Diversity in CBD, we will see that despite to the economic activities that are ongoing in the Straits of Malacca, this area is also quite significant in terms of ecological importance. Now, there is a term, environmental tool that they call it EPSA, or in long, it is called the ecologically or biologically significant areas, EBSAs, where habitats or coastal areas are identified based on a couple of characteristics. For instance, how unique the area is in terms of ecological significance, what are the different life history stages of species that are found in this area, the importance in terms of threatened or endangered or declining species, the vulnerability as well as biological productivity, diversity, and naturalness. And looking at all these different factors, we found that especially the area in the northern side of the Straits of Malacca and the southern side of the Straits of Malacca is quite significant and has been identified as ecologically and biologically significant areas, hence making it even more important to make sure that shipping activities that take place in this area is balanced with the environmental governance perspectives. Now, this picture, I personally took this picture on the way from Kuala Lumpur to Singapore earlier this year, where you can see, if you look at the black dots, those are ships that you'll see as you fly into Singapore, and it's quite dense. It's often easier to speak about it, but if you really look at it in person, you will know that how significant shipping are in the Straits of Malacca in this sense. And accordingly, if we look at the figure, this was prepared by the International Maritime Organization, IMO itself, where the red dots would be the ports location, and then the yellow lines that you can see is where the shipping activities takes place, and there are marinas in between all these areas in this particular region, showing how important economic activities and environmental coexistence are taking place in this region. And this particular figure was the shipping traffic information in August this year, where you can see how dense it is. Basically, it's covering the whole area. And again, that's why the littoral states often speak about governance in the Straits of Malacca in the sense of environment as well as navigation of ships and trade. The other challenge that we usually consider when we talk about the management of the Straits of Malacca is the topography of this area itself, where it is a narrow passage. There are many choke points. It is not wide, it's quite narrow in some areas, and hence making it a bit more challenging to manage traffic if the density is very high. What are the kinds of navigation aids that will be required? And then I spoke a little bit about competing marine activities in terms of, the different economic activities like fisheries, tourism, port activities, shipping, and so on that coexist in this particular waterway, as well as to certain extent threats to maritime security. The ones that we usually speak about is piracy, maritime terrorism, and so on, which has reduced to quite an extent, but nevertheless, there are new areas like dark ships, dark fleets, and so on that require attention as well. To manage those challenges that I mentioned, there is a traffic separation scheme. We've put in the mechanisms to make sure that traffic is managed accordingly. But having said that, we also noticed that year after year, there are bigger ships coming in compared to what we used to have earlier. And the number of ships are also increasing. So making it even more relevant that we continue to consider the different mechanisms for ship traffic management in the Straits of Malacca. If I can give you a bit of perspective in the sense of the density and number of ships that I was talking about, the Straits of Malacca is quite significant in the sense of number compared to the
already
other.
in the last 10 minutes, please. Sorry for that.
I will quickly
Okay,
wrap
thank
up.
you.
Sorry about that. And in terms of fish landings, I think I've mentioned this as well. Ships will continue to increase in the time to come, like and preservation of this area. And some of the challenges that I'd like to mention to you would include these areas like emission, plastic pollution, noise pollution, protected areas, and new areas within the IMO itself. Very quickly, just to wrap up, there is a platform between the three littoral states, Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, where we call it the cooperative mechanism. It is an avenue where collaboration with international partners and so on is welcome in the sense of projects and participation in capacity building and so on. So this could be one area in terms of governance collaboratively between the littoral states and other important parties. I will skip this one because I've mentioned a little bit on decarbonization. I think the other sessions have also spoke about this as well. Some activities that we've been taking place on this area, and allow me to just take 1 minute to mention this particular activity that was conducted in collaboration with China, actually. The last one, we've done at least 3 programs with China on the Straits of Malacca. The last one was in 2022. Probably this is one area that we would want to, give a bit more attention as well in terms of collaborating with China as a user states in that sense. And the way forward in the sense of shipping governance, I think some of the keywords that we should consider is how do we work on, benchmarking and looking at gaps that we need to fill in terms of fleet modernization, in terms of upskilling our maritime workforce, regulatory measures, as well as, new areas like alternative fuels, digital solutions, port performance, and of course, pinpointing on collaboration with other partners. With that, thank you very much. And I look forward to discussing further with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Just now, I forgot to introduce Ms. Sherry. Ms. Sherry is head and research fellow of the Center for Straits of Malacca, Maritime Institute of Malaysia. Now, just now, we heard her speech. And before our next speaker, I will just say that it's well known that the Straits of Malacca is important for its role in the international navigation. But the speech we just heard remind us that we should also take good care of those ecosystem, biodiversity, the economy, and also other issues. So both the user states and the coastal states should cooperate in this regard. Thank you. And my next speaker is Ms. Zhao Wenting. Zhao Wenting is the Deputy Division Director of Department of Treaty and Law, Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please, it's your floor.
尊敬的各位嘉宾，大家下午好。很荣幸能够参加今天的论坛。我叫赵文婷。
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it gives me great pleasure to attend this symposium. Over the years, I have been involved in the management of international seabed affairs. And I would like to share with you my personal observations, not representing my organization. I'd like to talk about the issues that we are facing. International seabed area means those beyond the national jurisdiction, including its subsoil. And in a few years ago, the concept of common heritage of mankind was put forward by some visionary people. Now it has become the whole regime of international seabed management. So the current system actually is based on UNCLOS and its implementing protocol in 1994. And it's at the center is that international seabed area and its resources are common heritage for mankind. International Seabed Authority, ISA, is responsible for organizing and controlling the area on behalf of all humanity. Since the UNCLOS, ISA, and since its establishment, has played a very important role in administering international seabed order. This system is still working well, but there are three challenges. The first challenge is the suspension of deep sea development. As we know, the international seabed affairs are shifting from exploration to development. However, the charter for the development actually has not been formulated. Actually, the effort has started 14 years ago. I think the fundamental reason is that various parties do not have strong enough political will. Some countries believe that it is too early to formulate such a charter because conditions for development are not right. Some countries have established some alliances for suspension, not only on the framework of SA, but also in some UN conferences. For example, UN conferences on the environment in order to build some political consensus. Of course, there are different arguments for suspension. Some countries believe that there should be a comprehensive ban, and other countries argue that development can only be conducted with adequate protection of the environment and full recognition of deep sea. Actually, the standard is quite vague, and it is difficult to define with a lot of uncertainties. In practice, it's difficult to say that when we have adequate protection of the environment or when we know very well about the deep sea. So for people concerned about this issue, I think you are quite familiar with the position of China. China is committed to environmental protection, but we don't think there is any conflict between development and the environmental protection. Actually, they can move forward hand in hand. On the basis of protection, we can realize sustainable development, and on the basis of development, can we better understand deep sea and protect the ocean. Development is consistent with UNCLOS and the 1994 implementing protocol. In letter and spirit, it is also a way to implement the principle of common heritage. So we should not stop exploration just due to those side effects. We must have a well-developed charter for development. Actually, there are many environmental provisions serving as safeguards in the draft charter. We believe that once adopted, it can protect the environment well. The second challenge comes from the unilateralism of the United States. We know that under the current regime, the ISA is the only agency, according to UNCLOS, to have the authority or mandate to explore the area and develop the area. No one country have such a mandate. However, last April, President Trump issued a presidential order and want to circumvent the ISA for unilateral development. Some American companies have applied for a development with the U.S. administration. And these applications are still in the process. So actually, the United States is trying to put its domestic laws above the international law. It has violated the international seabed regime and disrupted international maritime order. The international community in general has been critical of this move. More than 30 countries, including the Secretary General of the ISA, have on different occasions criticized this move. Of course, the United States also made some response. As it's not a party to UNCLOS, it is in a position to do so. It can also exercise freedom of on the high seas. However, the principle of common heritage of mankind has been widely adopted by the international community. The overwhelming majority of countries have become parties to UNCLOS and involved in the work of ISA. Any unilateral moves taken by any single country are violation of this principle of common heritage. For the United States, it just signed the implementing protocol in 1994. So according to the Vienna Convention on the Treaty and the laws, it has the obligation to not to take any actions inconsistent with the implementing protocol. Obviously, the United States has violated its obligations. The international community should be firm in opposing such unilateral steps. So from the U.S. unilateralism, I think the international community should also reflect on how to better safeguard unilateralism and make the unilateralism more effective. So I think various parties should build more consensus and introduce a charter for development as quickly as possible so that we can provide a pathway for development of deep sea in the future. The third challenge is the impact of BBNJ after its entry into force on the international seabed system. Just now, Professor Shi from China has already mentioned this point because BBNJ agreement is applied to the high seas and international seabed. So that definitely it will have some relation to the international seabed regime and how the interaction will work, and is still in an evolving process. Last month in October, ISA held a side meeting in New York City to discuss the relation, the interaction between these two treaties. From the provisions of BBNJ, it is stipulated that its interpretation and application should be consistent with UNCLOS, and they are the basis of the International Seabed Authority. So they should, the BNJ should be consistent with the International Seabed Authority and also the provincial of not undermining, as explained by Professor Shi just now. For example, the function of ISA actually is something that should be worked out by the various parties in the future. So that will be something that BBNJ parties and ISA work together. In the end, we hope that these two regimes can work properly and have sound interaction. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Common heritage of mankind, the international seabed and its resources. And one of the challenges connected with the first speaker, Professor Shi, has mentioned. Now we turn to our fourth speaker, Mr. Zhang Yilun. Zhang Yilun is a research associate in the Institute for China-America Studies based in Washington. Welcome.
Thank you, Vice President Zhou. And I also want to thank Dr. Wu and also the co-organizers for kindly inviting me back for the third time to this symposium. And I also want to deliver my special thanks to the organizers, staff, organizing teams who had been adamantly asked me, do you have your PowerPoint slides for today? And I reply, no. So please allow me to just sit here and bring some perspective from Washington, D.C., and also bring some perspective from a supply chain security perspective to basically discuss that why the very foundation of ocean governance, particularly in the maritime economy and maritime trade and shipping aspect, is at risk at present. Now, needless to say, as a Washington, D.C. based think tank, our primary focus is on US-China relations and its impact to the rest of the world. And that's also one of the reasons why I did not include a PowerPoint slides, because I do not want to destroy everyone's appetite with a bunch of President Trump's big photos here. But that said, a very amazing thing that I happened to read just before I boarded my flight back to China was the newly released National Security Strategy. And within the National Security Strategy, a lot of people who've been very optimistic about this new addition under the Trump administration will probably say that, oh, we are moving away from regional military confrontation, and the Trump administration is prioritizing for more mutually beneficial trade practices. But I noticed one line here, and I quote, it says, among the next centuries, Indo-Pacific is already and will continue to be among the next century's key economic and geopolitical battleground. To thrive at home, we must successfully compete there, and we are. I don't think it is hard to understand that the US definitely has a very strong intentions in competing continuously in the Indo-Pacific region, and by doing so, competing with China directly will be its primary objective. And of course, we did see that during the past 12 months, the US and China went through an up and down through trade. And there was this particular episode when both countries announced their reciprocal port fee tariffs that sent out shockwaves around the global market. Of course, it was quickly suspended for a year after the Busan meeting. And I think people quickly forgot how deeply negative it will be to the rest of the world. And with the US continually to seek to compete with China economically, and with the US continually to strive to reshape the global trade order, I think we need to be very aware that the very foundation of potential maritime shipping governance in Asia Pacific itself is under threat. I want to remind everyone to look back at the news that just a couple of weeks ago that China has expressed its concerns and seek for clarification from Malaysia and Cambodia in its trade negotiation with the United States, particularly with the content that potentially seek to further decouple or stop Chinese goods from flowing through these countries. And we also saw that happened to the US trade negotiation with Vietnam as well earlier this year. So when we are
easily relying on that simple assumption that world's 1/3 of trade goods flow through the South China Sea. Sometimes we need to step one way back and think about it. Is that always going to be the case? We're not just talking about the US trying to reorganize and reorient the global supply chain, trying to decouple from China, trying to reshift where the goods flow from. We're also seeing that the US is actively engaging in an effort to join the competition for dominance in the global shipping. Thanks to Cheryl's presentation, we heard earlier that the IMO is pushing for a net zero framework this year. And it was the Trump administration that blocked this vote this year and delayed the vote for another 1 year. During this particularly important moment, when 70% of the world's cargo vessels are already badly overaged, what is the US intentions in doing so? The Trump administration and the Congress, we're talking about both the 117th Congress, the 118th Congress, and the 119th Congress, has actively pushed for legislations that seek to further strengthen US shipbuilding capability, particularly to compete with China and other Asian superpowers like Korea and Japan in the domain of shipping. Well, that will have a significant impact on the bilateral trade between China and ASEAN, as we see that these are the very close economies in the region. And while we are talking about managing differences and push forward for ocean governance and regional cooperation, the very foundation that brings us together with shared benefit itself is potentially eroding or under threat by the US unilateral actions. So let me move away from potentially pessimistic talks and basically talk a little bit about my thoughts and potentially recommendations for this period. Of course, during this period when we see the rise of unilateralism and potentially some of the countries that seek to reorient global orders, the very important thing is for the other countries to continue to stand up together and to promote and uphold the norms of globalization, of course. But during the same time, we also need to look for other alternatives to continue to strengthen our ties or even potentially to build up more interest, to lay down stronger foundations for us to work together. And I think China and ASEAN are placed very well together to promote that kind of multilateral bond because China and ASEAN are very close trade partners, and we are all neighbors of the South China Sea, which is also the very important shipping destinations and choke points around the world. So how do we do that? Of course, if we're already facing an external threat, excuse my language, if we're facing an external actor who's seeking to reorient the flow of goods, we may not guarantee that we still have 1/3 of goods flow through the South China Sea. But what if China and ASEAN work together to continue and increase our flows of goods between ourselves? That way, we will still maintain a strong connections in shipping, will maintain a strong and stable maritime economic activities that will become a foundation to promote for further maritime shipping governance. And by doing so, I want to remind everyone that in just 1 week, this very island will enter a new period that will see the full operation of the Hainan Free Trade Port. And I think Hainan, of course, earlier this morning, we heard that Hainan is still not one of the top 10 ports around the world. But I think Hainan really has the potential of becoming one of those and potentially become one of the top 3 ports. Because the close geographic proximity between Hainan and ASEAN really places itself in a very good position to promote the bilateral trade between China and ASEAN. And as China moves forward into a larger consumption market, and ASEAN taking a lot of the manufacturing industries from China, I see that relationship continue to strengthen. And I do think that the Hainan Free Trade Port needs to further leverage one of the strengths it has, which we do not yet see in government policies. The port itself covers the entire island. The landmass itself is Hainan's strength, compared to a lot of the other ports around the world, say Singapore, Hong Kong, Shanghai. None of these had the landmass that Hainan possessed. And why not? Let's just put up in more effort and put in more technology innovations to build Hainan into an advanced trade port to further strengthen the bilateral trade between China and ASEAN that sets down the foundation between our close trade partners in a time period when we actually see the other actors are trying to reorientate and reshape the foundation of ocean governance. I would like to discuss more in the future, but yes, that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhang. Mr. Zhang, unilateralism, especially the big power unilateralism, will surely make a significant difference for the global governance, especially for, you have just mentioned, in industry and also for the ocean governance as a whole. Thank you. And our next speaker is Mr. Hugo Santos. He is an analyst of Asia Century Philippine Strategic Studies Institute. It's your floor. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and especially thank you, Dr. Wu, for this invitation to this beautiful island. I would talk about ocean governance from competition to cooperation in a strategy perspective. I would skip some slides because some of our speakers already mentioned some points, which I, of course, agree on. So I would like to talk about, in general, strategies for ocean or maritime governance is to explore those sectors for collaboration, utilize existing economy frameworks, especially economic frameworks like APEC, Belt and Road, Global Governance Initiative, and many more. Utilize coastal partnerships like special economic zones between coastal cities, PPPs, or what we call public-private partnerships between the government sector and the non-government sector, especially for democracies. Use established mechanisms such as ASEAN. I would discuss later BRICS, SCO, for issues concerning maritime disputes. Private sector involvement, which I will highlight most of the time in this presentation because the Philippines is mostly a private-led economy. They have significant influence in the decision-making of the government. So private sector involvement is very important as they are in every regional fora, such as the Belt and Road Initiative. And it's the less political approach in discussing maritime issues between our coastal cities and countries. Hand-in-hand initiative for a blue economy. This is an initiative in part of the FAO's hand-in-hand initiative, which was discussed recently in Rome. Joint development and maritime cooperation within the region, Indo-Pacific. Utilize BRI collaborative governance in the Maritime Silk Road. Preserving maritime life or life underwater for what some countries call it. Heavy investments from PPPs, public-private partnerships, because they have a stake in maritime industries. Promote sustainable blue economy through international development initiatives and industry-specific investments. This is where most countries can work with, like maritime, fisheries, tourism, and for most ASEAN countries, tourism is very important, like the Philippines, Indonesia, right now, China through Hainan, energy investments, and oil and gas exploration. Joint fisheries from regional to global. On this part, you don't have to be neighbors to work and have a fishery agreement. As you can see, the Philippines and, if I'm not mistaken, it's Palau, had a joint fishery agreement this year. So coastal regions are very important when it comes to fishery, which we still consider China as our coastal neighbor, as well as Vietnam, Malaysia, and other claimant states in the South China Sea. Create a new framework or joint fishing agreement amongst regional areas. This doesn't have to be regional. It could be global for it to have a bigger impact. Utilize existing para-diplomatic frameworks in coastal cities in joint fishery agreements. The Philippines has a lot of para-diplomatic or subnational partnerships like the Hainan Palawan partnership, Cebu Fujian partnership. So we could use these frameworks for us to have joint fishery agreements, no matter the distance. Multilateral oil and gas exploration is very important as Philippines has a huge oil and gas companies in the private sector. institutional partnerships, joint maritime research on environmental protection. This is why track 2 dialogue is very important. We should pay more attention to this, as well as academic institutions to study both sides perspective and angles when it comes to maritime security and environmental protection, such as the NISES, and we have a lot of institutions in the Philippines as well. Disaster management initiatives. The region is known to be prone to typhoons, monsoons, and major disasters. It's a yearly issue with the Philippines as well as our neighbors here as well. Joint efforts to prevent transnational crimes. The region is known lately for scam hubs, cross-border crimes in Southeast Asia. There's a new framework in the Mekong region, from the Mekong Golden Triangle, I believe that's the name, where they fight transnational crimes. I believe the whole ASEAN could do this as well, working with China, because it's also China's concern to protect their citizens as well as our citizens in different countries. Capacity building initiatives in regional disputes. We should do this in a diplomatic format and less publicizing, as it doesn't help in institutional partnerships. It just derails them. Search and rescue operations. There's a lot of piracy that's happening in our water, especially in our southern islands. We should work together with regional frameworks to focus on this. Partnerships with educational institutions. As I've seen the earlier videos, we have partnerships between China and other countries when it comes to academia and exchanges. Inclusive people-to-people exchanges, institution in the special economic zones, joint development, private fisheries, oil and gas. And I think some speakers already highlighted this yesterday. We should revitalize the joint maritime seismic undertaking between the Philippines, Vietnam, and China, or create a similar one that can work with claimant states. I'm gonna skip some slides in the interest of time.
因此，地区的海洋的架构呢，是希望呢能够开展多边的合作，和我们的周边的国家开展合作。目前呢，有东盟和俄罗斯在这个海洋方面的合作，包括开展海军方面的演习来打击跨国的犯罪。同时，中国和东盟呢也通过这个“一带一路”的海上丝绸之路这个倡议开展合作。
Challenges from, as mentioned by our friends in the Indian Ocean and even in the Gulf, for fixing maritime issues. So pre-existing maritime frameworks are the subnational diplomatic partnerships for joint maritime activities in different sectors, from private to public. Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement. APEC is an economic framework that most Indo-Pacific countries get along with. Oceans and Fisheries Working Group, BIMPIAGA cross-border initiatives, and ADB's Blue Water Initiative. Models for potential peace routes in contested waters. If our American colleagues won't mind, I would give credit where credit is due. We could promote peace routes, just like the Trump route for international peace and prosperity. It's something new for us when it comes to peace routes. Developing trade through gas pipelines. It's what made Russia and Europe closer in the early years. We could explore the same idea in the South China Sea. Regional cooperation in information sharing. Vision of maritime cooperation under the BRI. I'm almost done. So global maritime frameworks is, again, I said it should be issue-based. So for piracy and cross-border, I think we should adopt the model of the African model in Nigerian Maritime Security and Maritime Security Conference in South Africa. GCC in the Gulf, they had a similar approach. We could work with them with regards to Abu Musa with Iran. Caribbean Maritime Security to use NGO and regional frameworks, as well as using Mediterranean approach when it comes to migration crisis between Northern Africa and Europe. Potential pathways, we can adopt global pathways for non-sensitive approach on cooperation and healthy competition. There's always going to be competition globally, but we can do it healthily without any competition. Legally binding oceanic governance, ecosystem restoration. And I would finish my presentation with, of course, the Philippines is hosting ASEAN. Many of our colleagues here have been asking me what are the ways forward for this. So we can use the chair to create consensus-based national interest in the region. We were going to have to consult with everyone in ASEAN, plus the new member, Timor-Leste. Geographic location is our mediating role with great power competition. Our geographic location is very important, despite its unfortunate monsoons. Private sector-led economy has a stake in the maritime industry, so we will heavily incorporate this in our chairship. And of course, shared intelligence with regional neighbors to prevent national crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hugos. You have provided a lot of very good suggestions and from approach from global, and also we can borrow those experience and good practice from the regions, and also from those low sensitive issues to build up our confidence in each other. And especially you have mentioned you have bring a broad approach, which is private sector involvement into our discussion. And when we were talking about global ocean governance, at the end of the day, it is our fishermen, our workers, our companies who is the final benefit or harmed by those arrangements. And I fully agree with you that we should increase more people-to-people exchanges, and to, for the benefit of our ordinary, people, and also, for the, solve the real problems of our people, our ordinary people, such as fishing, such as education, such as, our living. Thank you. Now we comes to our last but not least speaker, Miss Gu Yali. She's Senior Manager for International Cooperation, the Institute of Deep Sea Science and Engineering from Chinese Academy of Science. It's your floor. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, Chairman Wu, for inviting me to this forum. I'm Gu Yali from the Institute of Deep Sea Science and Engineering, Chinese Academy of Sciences, IDSSE for short. It is a great pleasure for me to share with you about what IDSSE is doing in contributing to the global ocean governance with the Global Hado Exploration Program at this session. Well, the Global Hado Exploration Program, or GHE-HIP for short, is an international endeavor initiated by IDSSE in 2022. This endeavor has been co-organized with over 20 institutions from over 15 countries. And just in this year, prior to the UN Ocean Conference, this endeavor has been officially endorsed by the UN Decade as a program, and it stands as the Hainan's first program of its kind under the Global Hado global framework. This is up or down? Next page. Okay, GHIP's mission is clear. That is to explore the ocean's deepest frontier, that the ocean spanning from 6 to 10,000 meters, and from below the surface, and advance the multidisciplinary knowledge about the Hado biology, geology, and environmental sciences. We're doing this with the vision to enrich the understanding and also empower the evidence-based sustainable marine management. Geologically, hadal trenches are nature's extremes. Here we have ultra high pressure, the low temperature, and the perpetual darkness that almost look simply inhospitable both for humans and marine lives. Yet there have very active, frequent tectonic activities, which means that it is a perfect windbag for biodiversity and the novel species. It is here that we tackle pivotal scientific questions that matter to global ocean dominance. How do hadal ecosystem contribute to the global biodiversity pattern? And what secrets do the hadal organisms hold about the origins and the adaptive evolution of the deep sea life, as well as how the hadal zone influence the subduction zone carbon cycle, which is critical for the climate change today. To put the importance of the hadal exploration in perspective, over the past 100 years, more than 600 people have ventured into the space, and 12 have walked on the moon. 7 extraterrestrial worlds have been identified as potentially harboring oceans. Yet to this day, less than 5% of the deep sea on Earth have been truly explored. This gap in knowledge is not just a scientific loss, it limits our ability to manage and protect our ocean. For decades, technological limitations have left this hadal zone untouched, a rare frontier where humanity barely ventured. Yet, this paradigm shifted with the man-submersible Fendoger. This man-submersible Fendoger is capable of carrying 3 persons to the depths exceeding 11,000 meters for 8 hours working at the sea, and it also features 3 observation windows that enable our scientists to observe the ocean on the bottom of the sea with their naked eyes. Equipped with high-definition cameras and dual manipulators, Fendoger captures very good images and footages for the public and collect the samples and data for our lab research. Ever since its commission in 2020, it has completed 440 dives, and more importantly, this platform is open to the globe. With this platform, we are now able to organize comprehensive explorations into the deep and unlock secret invaluable data, samples, and insights into this uncharted domain, fueling our collective understanding and progress in ocean science and sustainability. Here's the map that shows where we have been to with Fendoger. To date, GHIP has united 145 scientists globally, among which with 26 international scientists. We have completed 214 dives in the 9 trenches globally. And this also, you can show it is quite a global open platform. As the only submersible worldwide capable of scientific research beyond 10,000 meters, we believe in sharing this capability. Our idea is rooted in the Chinese traditional value that one may advance quick alone, but a group will go further. A joint effort for a shared community with a shared future, in one word. Our work is anchored in 5 core objectives in line with the UN decades and the SDG 14 to establish a global hadal platform, to facilitate the joint expedition globally, and also to foster research collaboration worldwide, to advocate literacy and sharing, and to enhance the capacity development, especially the less developed countries and the small islands. Through these objectives, we aim to contribute the 5 pillars of the sustainable ocean. Well, doesn't work. Okay. A healthy and a resilient ocean, an inspiring and engaging ocean, a predicted ocean, a safe ocean, and a clean ocean. Looking ahead, we will scale up our efforts with our international partners to build an open, inclusive community for deep sea science and technology innovation. And also we are working on the Global Halo Science Research Center featured with joint consultation, co-construction, shared benefits. And we are joining forces globally to draw on the global expertise to collaborate in advancing ocean governance and discovery for a shared future. To conclude, I would like to say that, well, next page, join us and let's dive to the deep. Thank you.
Let's dive to the deep. And thank you for providing us a picture of how your institution has been doing and what you are going to do in respect of international cooperation to explore the deep, deep ocean. Thank you. And now we finish our this section of. Before I open the floor, I just wonder whether among speakers, do you have any comments or questions among yourself? Yeah, please.
Yes, with regards to Philippines-China relations, I forgot to mention that I think we should tell our international participants we have to check also different sources, because whatever is happening in the news or whatever the president says, we should not forget, like my colleague Mr. Lucio said, we have a audience that needs to hear some of what the rhetoric of the masses want. So don't take it as face value. And I think Philippine-China relations are in a good route, good direction. So whatever we see online is always different from what's happening on the ground.
Yes, when we are discussing global governance, we also need to take into consideration our domestic concerns, and I think those should strengthen each other, not undermine each other. Thank you. Any other? If no, I will open the floor, please. Yeah.
Thank you. I have one question for Shi Yubin, and that is on the relationship between the BBNJ and IFBs and the creation of marine protected areas. So how do you see how both come together once the BBNJ will be kind of implemented? Can you share your thoughts, how you see the role of regional fisheries management organizations, how you see the role of the IMO, if there is one at all? Perhaps you could share your thoughts, or if you have an example you have in mind, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, during BBNJ negotiations, the representatives from IMO, from IFMO, they spoke because there are some concerns that the BBNJ's provisions might undermine the competence of those bodies. For example, I'll give you one example. You mentioned the high sea MPA. So according to the provision of BBNJ, after it entered in force, and it is quite possible that we may have many high sea marine protected areas. After the area, the marine MPA is established. Then following, there will be some followed measures. For example, there will be some areas, no fishing zone, no shipping zone. Okay, when those measures were adopted, of course, it will to a significant extent will protect the marine biological diversity of the area. However, regulating international shipping is the main competence of the IMO. So when the BBNJ, you establish an area and regulate that in that area, no ships will be allowed to navigate. This function overlaps with the function of IMO. So in this case, before the BBNJ adopt this measure about shipping, it is imperative for the BBNJ to consult with IMO But the next thing is that how to consult, who should dominate. For example, when BBNJ listen to the views from IMO, I almost say, well, you should not do that because that's important sea lens. But what does that mean for BBNJ? If BBNJ say, well, I've already consulted with you, but I decided to refuse your view, so we will continue to establish the MPA and adopt the measure about no shipping. So in this case, a conflict arises, and we can say the competence of the IMO has already been undermined by BBNJ in this case, if this is the case. That's why it's important, because according to, if we interpret Article 5 appropriately, and then we will say BBNJ and IMO, they are equal. So in this case, if IMO say no, then BBNJ should not adopt any measure about no shipping in certain areas. That's an example for IMO. Another example might be for the IFMO, because for IMO, many IFMOs, regional fisheries organization, they have, according to some regional treaty, there are many areas where they have some limit on fishing. But this might also possibly overlap with BBNJ, because BBNJ might also establish an area, MPA, which might overlap with the area that under the regulation of a certain IFMO. So in this case, the IFMO and BBNJ, they should negotiate and find a way out. But for those issues, how to address this issue, it's not clear yet. We still need to do to negotiate by the subsequent BBNJ negotiations, that is pre-com, preparatory commission negotiations. There are 3 negotiations. The first and the second has already been organized in this August and this April. And last one will be next March. There'll be pre-com 3. I think that's the last one before the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. I have also a question for Professor Shi. It's relevant to the question raised by Dr. Christian. So the principle of not undermine is referred to the hard law regime, or it could extend the soft law, for instance, the guideline, the initiative of raised by certain international organization. Does that include both hard law and soft law? That's the first question. The second one is that does the not undermine principle broaden the interpretation room of a judicial body? For instance, is that bring more fragmentation of international law, or it's narrow down the maneuver room of the international judicial body? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zheng, for your question. First question, I'm not quite sure if I really catch your question. So you mentioned about the hard law and soft law regarding the not undermining principle, right? So as I mentioned introduced in my presentation, the not undermining principle was not only in UNGA resolutions, but also in Article 5 of BBNJ agreement. So if we, based on because BBNJ agreement is a legally binding treaty. So in this case, we can say this principle is hard rule. It's in a legally binding treaty. However, because it's the meaning of not undermining is not clear. Even the BBNJ agreement commentary also acknowledges that it's not clear how to interpret the term not undermining. So there are still room for different interpretation. So in this case, if as promised by the co-chairs of BRICOM, so they will release something like a guideline or recommendation on the relationship issue. In this case, this kind of guideline or explanation of this relationship is the soft law. right? But the principle itself is hard law, so it's a mix. It's also it's complicated. It's hard to interpret. I think that's why they are. That's my understanding. Also related to your second question about judicial law, how to properly interpret this, the not undermining. Theoretically, Article 47 COP has already provided one means that the COP of the BBNJ agreement may request International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea to provide advisory opinion on certain issues relating to a BBNJ agreement. So it is feasible in the future that the COP may request the advice ITLOS to interpret this. Theoretically, that's my personal understanding. Of course, there might be also other means, for example, like arbitration or other case that are submitted to either ITLOS or ICJ. But before the dispute submit to the ICJ or ITLOS, they should make sure that they should abide by Article 60, because Article 60 provides further limitations on the jurisdiction of courts and tribunals under BBNJ agreement. For example, if the dispute involves the legal status of areas as within national jurisdiction, for example, if you request something about South China Sea, right, or Southern Pacific Ocean, as suggested by some scholars, then the court and tribunal under BBNJ agreement will have no jurisdiction, even for the advisory opinion. If the submission involves the legal status, the disputes about the legal status of area as within national jurisdiction, for example, again, like something about South China Sea, then it also we have no jurisdiction. So that's important limitation, further than Article 297 and Article 298 under UNCLOS. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For the sake of time, the last question. Thank you. Thank you. Then as the, please.
Thank you, moderator. I would like to address my question to Dr. Sher. Do you think that the BBNJ will open doors for potential MPA cooperation in the South China Sea, especially in the high seas pocket? You know, if coastal states will measure their exclusive economic zone from their shore, then there's a high seas pocket in the middle of the South China Sea. And then secondly, how do you think this conversation between the shipping industry and the conservationists, you know, in terms of, a potential rerouting of the traditional shipping would entail huge cost. You know, it will have knockdown effect on transportation and logistics. So if the conservationists will, for instance, argue that certain areas that are traditionally used by normal shipping routes will have to be allocated for MPAs, then the rerouting would entail additional time, additional costs for shipping. So how is the conversation going in terms of getting the buy-in, getting the support of the shipping industry in making the BBNG work? Thank you.
I think your first question has already been answered by Professor this morning, but anyway, please.
Thank you. That's true. Actually, I answered this question in the morning. The answer simply is that I don't think a BBNJ agreement will provide any guidance or implications for South China Sea. Well, if South China Sea, in South China Sea, if there will be some sort of MPA that should be established within national jurisdiction, then we can learn from CBD Convention, 1992 CBD Convention, because CBD Convention applies to area within national jurisdiction, but the BBNJ is different. Okay, so that's for your first question. The second question, regarding the MPA about the shipping, well, that's a very, very important question, and also it's very important for shipping industry. That's why the Secretary General of IMO spoke several times during BBNJ negotiations. Emphasize, for example, because according to the regime of IMO, there is a ABMT called PSSA. That is a particular scientific sea area. And PSSA can be applied to any areas, including ABNJ areas beyond national jurisdiction, including high sea and other area, it's all beyond national jurisdiction. So in this case, if according to BBNJ agreement, in the future, there might be some measures. For example, MPA might be located in the sea lands, important sea lands. Then they have to, before they decide make the decision, they have to ask for the views of the IMO, because this is the mandate of the IMO. And according to my personal understanding, in particular, paragraph 2 of Article 5, that should not undermine the mandates of IMO. That means if IMO has already taken some measures in this area, then BBNJ agreement should do nothing, should not do anything. Okay, that's my, because the IMO has already, that's the competence of IMO, and IMO has already taken some measures. However, BBNJ might suggested that the measures adopted by IMO could be strengthened according to Article 22, 21, 22, those provisions. The BBNJ has such a right to recommend. Okay, that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Just quick wrap up. I, as the coordinator, will provide coordinator's answers to the two questions. First, as to what will be the model, I think that the following elements should be there. One, this kind of global ocean governance should be a just and equitable one. Second, the purpose and the principles of UN Charter should be upheld, such as sovereign equality. Every state should have the right to participate in, make a decision in, and enjoy the benefits from this global governance. Third, that we should uphold the international rule of law. Fourth, we should uphold multilateralism instead of unilateralism. Fifth, that the well-being of the ordinary people should be taken good care of. And the sixth one is that we should resolve the real problems and should not just remain talk, but we need to translate our words into action. As to the second question, my answer that there is still the most important element is that we should have extensive consultation. Why? Because after this 2 days discussion, we fully know the difficulty, those dimensions, and all those challenges we are facing. So we cannot just provide a simple solution. We have to take care of all those difficulties. And so we need to have extensive consultation, whether it is bilateral, regional, or global. And for what? For more coordination and for take a systematic way and systematic approach and a holistic approach. Just now, you have mentioned that we need coordination among different bodies such as ISA, BBNJ, MO, and biodiversity, ecosystem, traffic, all those issues. We cannot just take, one approach. We need to have a holistic approach. Second, that since everyone have a role in participating in and making decision in this global ocean governance, everyone should have a role to play to make a contribution for the shared benefits of all. With that, I will just provide my version of answer for your reference, for your information. And before ending this session, I would like to thank all distinguished guests of session 7. And I would like to invite you, give them a great applause, big applause. Thank you. And I would also like to thank everybody coming here to attend this meeting. And I would also like to thank interpreters for their hard work. Thank you. This session is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou Yong, for chairing the session. Thank all the speakers. Thank you again. Let's take a group photo. And all the participants, please wait for a few minutes, and then we will have the final closing ceremony. Thank you. Thank you. Please get seated.
One ocean, and that ocean is interconnected. I would say we can't afford to have any conflict. So we need to work together.
I think China has a leading role to play in maritime cooperation and ocean governance issues. As I just mentioned, it's playing an ever more leading role in international maritime issues, in multilateral issues relating to the law of the sea. And I think that is only likely to continue, both regionally, but also increasingly globally.
China is emerging as a key bridge builder in global ocean governance, promoting multilateralism, peaceful dispute settlement, and greater inclusion of developing countries. China's growing leadership in marine science, technology, and capacity building will shape how states implement UNCLOS and the BBNJ agreement.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us until the last moment. Now let's have to move to the closing ceremony. First of all, may I have the honor to invite Mr. Li Dongyu, the Director General, Province Oceanic Administration of Hainan from China. 李厅长有请。
尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家下午好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon, everyone. The ocean holds the shared future of all humanity. Deepening maritime cooperation is not only an urgent necessity to address risks and challenges and the inevitable choice for achieving sustainable development, but also an essential path to practice President Xi Jinping's important vision of building a maritime community with a shared future. Over the past few days, through the joint efforts of all parties upholding the principles of openness, inclusiveness, extensive consultation, joint contribution, shared benefits, we have focused on key areas such as marine ecological protection, marine disaster prevention and mitigation, marine new energy, marine science and technology, and marine culture and tourism. We have promoted a batch of tangible projects. So now I'd like to announce 6 cooperative outcomes. First, we have achieved success in the collaborative R&D and the application of technology for large-scale giant clam propagation and eco-conservation. The South China Sea Institute of Oceanology, CAS, has collaborated with the National University of Singapore, University Technology Malaysia, the University of South Pacific in Fiji, and others to research and develop technology for the large-scale propagation and eco-conservation of giant clams. They have established a land-based giant clam breeding farm and developed an efficient artificial propagation technology system with annual output of 500,000 clam seedlings and 400,000 large-sized juvenile clams. Over 8,000 giant clams have been transplanted and released into the coral reef protection areas of Weizhizhou Island and Luhuitou in Sanya, establishing a demo zone for the seabed nursery-style marine eco-range. This achievement provides a replicable and scalable Chinese solution and the international cooperation model for the restoration of marine ecosystem and biodiversity conservation. Second, we have co-established the HTOU-UM Joint Lab for Marine technology research, creating an international collaborative innovation platform. Hainan Tropical Ocean University and University Malaysia have signed a cooperation agreement focusing on marine biotechnology. They will work together to establish China-Malaysia Joint Lab for Marine Biotechnology Research simultaneously in Sanya and Kuala Lumpur, pushing forward collaborative research, talent development, and economic changes. The lab is missioned with the high-value development of marine bioresources in the South China Sea, launching joint research initiatives in 4 areas: screening and breeding of eco-algae species, extraction, purification, and functional evaluation of bioactive components from seed, intensive proceeding and development of high-value added products from algae, and the research on coral reef ecological restoration protection technology. Third, we have established a marine disaster early warning technology system and defense mechanism, sharing the Chinese approach and Hainan's best practices. The South China Sea Tsunami Advisory Center, Hainan, jointly built by the province, Oceanic Administration, Hainan, and the National Marine Ecological Forecasting Center, officially commenced operations on June 8th this year. The multi-hazard marine warning system for the South China Sea will provide accurate, timely, comprehensive, and green public service products for marine disasters to countries around the South China Sea. The Institute of Acoustics, Chinese Academy of Sciences, has explored and researched a model for monitoring the early formation of typhoons through sustained weak anomalies in ocean microsystems, further improving the timeliness accuracy of typhoon formation forecasts. The early warning technology for super typhoon defense, the progressive meteorological science model, and the government's tier defense measures by industry, phase and step developed by Hainan Provincial Meteorology Bureau resulted in minimal casualties during the defense against super typhoon Yagi. Fourth, we have implemented the China-Philippines 2GW floating offshore wind power project through deepened cooperation. China's Mingyang Smart Energy and the Philippines' Buha Wind Company have reached a deep cooperation and signed an MOU in November 2025 to jointly advance the building of a 2GW floating offshore wind power project in Iloilo Norte Province, the Philippines. The project has now obtained local environmental compliance certification and grid connection approval. This cooperation is not only export and application of advanced clean technology, but also marks a success story for China's high-end marine engineering equipment. Fifth, we have attained multiple scientific research outcomes through China-led Global Hadar Exploration Program, GHEP initiated and led by the Institute of Deep Sea Science and Engineering, CS, as mentioned by Madam Gu just now, relies on the world's only 10,000-meter manned submersible with strong operational capabilities. The Fengdouzhe and Tansuo series of research vessels as its research platform. It has united 145 scientists from 10 countries to conduct multiple international joint research expeditions and completed 214 dives in 9 trenches worldwide. It was approved as a part of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development in 2025. This year, the China-New Zealand joint manned deep diving expedition to the Pusi-Gua Trench was successfully conducted with the participation of 68 team members from 10 institutions across 8 countries. You know, New Zealand's Pusi-Gua Trench is in the South Pacific. And it is located in a Devil's Sea area with 10-degree wind, strong wind. So under such bad conditions, they completed 32 dives under extremely harsh sea conditions, making the first human descent to the deepest point of Pusi-Gua Trench. For example, they observed the deepest living samples, and they have collected a batch of biological samples that may represent new depth records of species, as well as various lithic rock samples, providing key data for the study of subduction processes and mechanisms. 6. We have launched the Blue Dream Melody cruise ships along South China Sea route, embarking a journey to historic and cultural coastal cities. Sanya, in collaboration with cruise enterprises, has successfully launched the epic New Horizon along South China Sea route for the Blue Dream Melody cruise ship, connecting historical and cultural ports in China, Sanya, with those in the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, Vietnam, and other Southeast Asian countries. Expanding tourism connectivity between Sanya and Southeast Asia, the launch of this route not only enriches the substance of Hainan as an international tourism consumption center, but also with the cruise ship as a bond promotes people-to-people exchanges and economic and trade interactions with ASEAN countries. Dear guests, these 6 achievements mentioned above, from the seabed to the surface, from scientific research to industry, and from disaster prevention to public benefit, cover the main dimensions of maritime cooperation and are the crystallization of sincere cooperation and pragmatic advancement by all parties. They prove that under the guidance of the maritime community, we share future vision. Through sincere and practical cooperation, we have not only brought tangible and visible benefits, but also deepened our mutual trust and friendship, laying a solid foundation for cooperation. Looking ahead, we firmly believe that the broad prospects of maritime cooperation still require our joint efforts to create. We warmly welcome neighboring countries and international enterprises to actively seize the historic opportunity of Hainan Free Trade Port's custom closure operation to come and invest, build businesses, and jointly create our blue homeland. We are willing to continue working together with all parties to take these existing achievements as a starting point, to further build consensus, innovate cooperation models, and expand areas of cooperation to jointly address risks and challenges and write a new chapter of pragmatic maritime cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, DG Lee, for your announcement.
尊敬的各位专家、各位嘉宾、各位领导，非常有幸作为这次大会共同组织方的代表，发表一下我对这次盛会的感受。本次论坛期间，我们围绕了7大核心议题，展开了一场跨越国界、跨越学科的深度对话，从全球治理体系的宏观构想，到管控海洋分歧的区域实践，从海南自贸港的向海图强到南海持久和平的路径探索，从气候变化下的生态警钟到水下基础设施的安全维护，我们展开了坦诚、深入且富有建设意义的对话。那么回顾这几天，聆听与会嘉宾分享的真知灼见和前瞻构想，不仅我们增加了彼此的相互理解和共识，更取得了很多丰硕的成果。我的突出感受呢有以下3点。第一点呢，就是凝聚了共识。通过我们坦诚交流，我们更加清醒地认识，在面对单边主义和地缘竞争的逆流的时候呢，维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，维护以包括联合国宪章、联合国海洋法公约在内的国际法为基础的国际秩序
，as well as the UN systems. The international law-based international order is what is needed for the international governance and global governance, so as to cope with the challenges faced with the world. So inclusiveness and openness is not optional. It is actually the only solution and only way out. And the second of my impression about this symposium is that we have to be more focused on pragmatic cooperation. They just concluded session, the moderator has wrapped up. If we only talking something very empty, it is not enough. We have to take concrete actions. And also previously, the previous speaker has mentioned and also summarized the achievements of the cooperation. And we have continued the collaborations and exploration on how to protect the coral reef against the pollution of the plastics and how to govern the fisheries. So about the cooperation roadmaps as well as the technology solutions, the Blue Partnership is also dedicated as a one topic for the discussion in the separate sessions, and we have discussed on how to explore the ways of the connections and the collaborations on the new energies development and blue economy development, and also the connections of the different projects. So Mr. Lee have developed the list and mentioned the list of the cooperation of offshore or in the maritime area. And through this symposium, we consolidated the network of the cooperation, and this consortium also collected different voices, which emphasize the urgencies of the international maritime governance and repeated the roles of the science in the multilateralism, and also we also made the a joint commitment on safeguard the health of the maritime resources, and we have to establish the dialogue platforms for the future ocean governance, and we have to also get the relationship network, the Blue Partnership, even closer to lay the solid foundation for the academic exchanges. So the global ocean governance is faced with a dire situation. So for China, we must make commitment for the protection of the ocean. And we have to be deeply participating to the ocean governance of the world and safeguard the international cooperation in this regard, so as to build the community of the shared future for the purposes of the protection of the ocean. And so after this symposium, we'll have a lot of field trips for further exploration and discussion. And we hope that this symposium will be the basis for the future long-term cooperation and dialogues. Although we are going to conclude this symposium for this year, but it's just the beginning of the actions to be taken. And I hope that this platform will collect the different wisdoms and to collect the sparkles of the wisdoms and to make the joint actions on the policy innovations for the cooperative projects and inject momentums for the global governance and ocean governance. And thank you very much for attending this symposium. And many thanks will be given to the organizers and also the staff. Thank you for your participation. We hope to see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Now, once again, I have the honor to invite Dr. Wu Shicun, the chairman of Huayang Center for Maritime Cooperation and Ocean Governance and chairman of Academic Committee of NISIS. 掌声有请。
So after 2 days of the discussion of the symposium, we are almost come to an end of this year's symposium, and I've been engaged in the symposium from the first year all the way to the 6th year. So at this closing ceremony, and it's fair to say that it is the single one closing ceremony that I have seen such a very big size of the audience still seated. And I once was hesitating whether this symposium can carry on, whether I can have another symposium, but I believe this symposium gave me a great confidence. First of all, this symposium this year, the size and the scale and participation is getting bigger, and also the actions become more various and diverse. And that is some foundation for the pragmatic cooperation. I believe pragmatic cooperation is demonstrated by the landing of the projects, and also the benefits can be shared by all stakeholders. And that is one of the biggest attractions of this symposium. And the second part of my confidence is that I'm already a senior person. And some colleagues are making joke of me, why you're still so active on stage. And this morning, Professor Brandley Warwalk from Virginia University of US, we had lunch together, and I asked for his age. And he told me he's 78. I was surprised that he is almost 10 years older than me, but he's still very active, participating in different communities and activities and dialogues. And you are my role model because I still have at least 10 years to be active in many occasions. So in the sense, this symposium is full of hopes with such a role model ahead of me, and I can still have at least 10 years. And I would nurture my team. A lot of people will follow me. And 10 years later, I believe my team will become stronger and also more capable of doing more things. Yes, I'm only telling the truth. I hope, and I'm sure that the symposium will be held in the future, year after year. And I will thank all of the participants, attendees, be your speakers or the moderators or the diplomats, ambassadors. We know that we have ambassadors and diplomats from more than 10 countries, and we had a close meeting yesterday, and our talk was very active and very candid. So the diplomats from the embassies of the different countries, if you are willing to participate, if you want to have the close meeting or you want to have the dialogue with whoever academic researchers that you're interested in talking to, you just contact me because the close meeting will be convened at our discretion. And from the first symposium, a lot of diplomats came to me and to contact me. Yes, I myself can make commitment and promise that we can satisfy your demands and needs. Thank you very much for attending the meeting. And second, I'd like to give my thanks to my staff, my people, my team. And yes, they are ready for me to complimenting them. Yeah, they made strenuous efforts in organizing such a very big scale symposium, and they spent several months keeping themselves on duty and committed on their duties for several months. And also a lot of people or members from the team are coming from the NICSS and also from CODF and from my center. And so almost almost all the messages I received from them are bad news. Yes, they really encountered tremendous difficulties. And also for the interpreters, probably some terms are very hard to interpret it, like some speakers are scheduled to come, but due to some reasons, for example, their flight has some problems, so they could not make it. And the schedules encountered a lot of adjustments, numerous adjustments and emergencies. So they made tremendous efforts and commitments, and their tremendous efforts are very effective and valid. So they really are worth a huge compliment and gratitudes. Also our sponsor and also our exhibitors. And we also have other agencies to support us in organizing this meeting. And also my thanks will go to the hotel for the logistics support and hospitality support. So in the beginning of preparing for the symposium at the operational level, my team was not quite ready for handling such numerous works. And the hotel made a lot of adjustments, very timely adjustment, and then kept up with our agenda. So their guarantee and supply is very effective, and also the media friends are very supportive, and they probably have left, but anyway, they worked very well and perfectly. They very effectively reported our symposium. So I have a lot of people to thank. And the biggest thank will be given to the audience. I really hope that I can see you again next year. And I hope to see more and more new friends to come as well. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. And thank all the panelists. Thank you all the participants for staying with us until the last minutes. You are the best. Thank you. Thank you so much. 那么时间到此为止，我们
Okay, we almost finished. We finished all the items of the agenda. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again.
同时，在这里温馨提示一下，接下来在4点到6点半，下午4点到6点半的时间段，海南自由贸易港研究院与华阳海洋研究中心将会共同主办“再造一个海上海南，打造中国与东盟蓝色经济共同大市场”中的海南自由贸易港专题研讨，将会在沙龙7举办，欢迎有兴趣的嘉宾们一同参加。谢谢。
We have another session on Salon 7, and you are welcome to go there.